Hello. Okay, there we go. That's weird. I don't. Every once in a while, no rhyme or reason, I just have to like reset the mic on OBS. I'm not sure why it does that. How's everybody doing? Thank you to Infernal Stain for the 5 months. Re-upping with the student body. Look at the time fly. Look at the time fly. That has been a quick 5 months, hasn't it? So wait. What what's it, so what's new? What's like happening? Does it let you like do what Twitch does where you can like notify that it happened in case you did it like off stream, like it happened off stream or something? Cuz I know Twitch does that since so many people auto renew. Or actually no, you weren't able to put in messages in general either. That is neat. I'm glad they did that. Yeah, take everything Twitch had, like, well, that's going to make our job a lot easier since we have all of their source code. uh, a free super chat as a member of the chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so it is kind of like what Twitch does. That's interesting. Because it's not that you're spending any more money, but you get a free notification essentially for your membership. I think it's cool that Twitch does that, so it's really nice that YouTube does that too. What happened, Infernal? How's everybody doing? Nemo, Infernal, Tom, Creature Soul, Booty Consumer, Randomness Unlimited, Diego, Dog, Inquisitor, Ventus, Nathan. Hope you're all having a wonderful start to your week. Or if it's Monday already, you had a wonderful start to your week. Johnny, how's it going? Oh, that's really strange. It shouldn't do that. Are you on mobile? Okay, so you might think, wow, Twain just not wearing a suit again. Is it because he's being lazy? Well, kind of, but this is also how I do work on Sunday nights. I become a scout regiment JAG officer. So I wear my scout regiment cloak as I'm doing my legal work. Trying to keep it as authentic as possible. Today was super busy, which kind of sucked because last night I had a going away party for a really good friend had a going away party. We're talking about like he was in my wedding. Um, really good friend. He's moving to Colorado, and Well, I haven't partied that hard in a long time. So I was exhausted today. But, also had some meetings that I had to do. Them's the breaks. Sometimes people are only available on the weekends. Then you get to charge a premium. Hold on, I didn't ping Discord. But yeah, so today's been really tiring. But we're in for a full stream of this. Yeah. I know. Live! Exclamation point. Point finger upward. Point finger upward. Not cross finger. There we go. Sorry for the ping. It is a necessary evil. I have my caffeine with me. Not to get into details, because I can't, for obvious reasons, but I had a big turnaround of like a couple days. Like Friday and Saturday were just fucking awful. And I don't mean from like a work perspective. Well, it involved work, but it was like long-term sort of outlook type of thing. For those that don't know or haven't ever heard me talk about it, I run my own firm, and running your own business is really difficult. Because until you get to a point where you're bringing in enough money that you can pay yourself a salary, you basically get paid for the work it's directly related to the work you put in. So if you don't have business coming in, you don't make money. That's pretty simple, right? And when you're a fledgling company, what'll generally happen is that you'll get these influxes, and then you'll have a streak of like nothing. You'll have like a bunch of clients come in like a relatively short period of time, and then you'll have nothing. And then you'll have a bunch of clients come in a short period of time, and then you'll have nothing. And I always kind of get depressed towards those end of nothings, because it gets frustrating, Especially when you know you're good at your job and you can help a lot of people. It's just, it's our services are expensive. Even us who tend to be affordable towards lower income families compared to others, especially compared to others. But something's happening or developing where I might end up getting a more... What you want with a firm is a client that's like consistently paying you for services. Like they always need you to do something. There are some attorneys that I know that make a year's salary just from one client. They don't even take other clients because they're like, why? I get the one, they pay me enough, that's fine, and I get to work like part-time for that. So something similar to that's developing, and I hope it ends up working out. We'll see. That would take a lot of pressure. Relieve a lot of pressure that I've been feeling recently. Yeah. Tiring day, but day full of good news. Except for this fucking gray hair I found in my beard. I had been getting the salt and pepper up here for a couple years now. But this had remained pure until recently, and it is devastating. But not to sound like a hair-privileged fuck, I'm still very happy that I have my hair. So I'm very appreciative. It's just, it still brings a tear to your eye. So I've done pro bono work, but not that often. Because when you're not making a salary, you have less time to do stuff like that. It's actually really tough. You're like encouraged to do that sort of stuff when you first start. But the problem is that for when I'm doing pro bono work, I'm not making any money. And we have to make a baseline amount to at least being able to cover our expenses. And then I need another baseline amount to make sure I get everything I need to pay bills and stuff monthly. So, because of that, most of the work that comes in, it's taking care of that stuff. So there is no, there just isn't much pro bono work there. And another big reason why that is because there are very known pro bono services in the area. So unlike a smaller area where you might not have like, I think the one around Milwaukee is called the Wisconsin Legal Service. I can't remember. I haven't worked with them in a while, but they're well known. So people always, for them. Now, if you're in the country or more rural areas, you don't have that sort of resource. So you're much more likely to have pro bono work come to you because they're just looking for somebody that can do the work, as opposed to we have this service that we offer tons of pro bono work to many, many people. So it doesn't really work the same way in cities versus elsewhere because there are usually significant resources for that stuff. And most of the pro bono work that's out there is not, like, most pro bono immigration work isn't in this area. That's what I would be best at. Those are more around the port of entries for most of the like big migrations. So New York, Chicago, Texas, Los Angeles are the big ones. If you work in those areas, there's a lot of pro bono immigration work for people that come in and want to seek asylum or other stuff like that. That can be very rewarding, but I don't live in those places, and I'm not really going... I'm not that far from Chicago, but I'm not going to drive 2 hours, to go do pro bono work. I'm making no money on any of that. And that might sound like it's really douchey, but a person only has so much time in their day, If I lived in Chicago, that'd be completely different. But I don't do pro bono criminal work or family work because I don't do criminal or family work. Even, like, I just had to stop doing that work altogether. Especially the family stuff. The family stuff was driving me crazy. I did work as a court-appointed attorney in family and juvenile court where I'd get reduced fees. But instead of collecting the money from the clients, you collected it from the county, and then the clients would pay the county back. So it's not pro bono because it's not free, but I was getting a fourth of my hourly rate to take those cases. And it really sucked because once I stopped doing those cases, because I just hated doing them in general. Not that I hated doing them, it took a toll on my mental health. They more than doubled the rate. From $40 an hour to $100 an hour. And I'm like, really? You're gonna fucking do that once I leave? That was so sad. But I didn't go back because I'm like, mental health's too big of an issue. Yeah, and if it comes to me, I'll take it. It just doesn't, that sort of thing just doesn't come to me very often. Yeah, guardian ad litem was the only work that I really liked doing in family and juvenile work. Because for those that don't know what a guardian ad litem is, it is an attorney that represents the best interest of a child in a case, or children. I don't represent the children's wishes. I don't represent either the parents. I represent the not objective, but like more removed what's the best interest of the child, everything taken into consideration. So I don't have to argue some bullshit behind a parent. I don't have to go in there and just say, hey, the kid wants this. I know it's ridiculous, but, you know, it's my client. So I got to tell the judge, based on everything I know about the situation, I think this is what they need to do. And, oh, was it magnificent, especially when the parents were shitheads. As the guardian ad litem, you can tell them they're shitheads and not feel bad. Because that's your job. Get your shit together. You're fucking up your kid's life. When you are representing a parent and they're doing that, you can still say that, but you have to be much more tactful about it. Like, hey, so this is looking really bad. This is going to hurt you if you keep doing this. You have to phrase everything in how it's going to affect them, which also hurts because you're still making it about them, when ultimately it's always about the kid, in my opinion. That's the only work that I did, but you still had to take work representing parents in those situations in order to get the guardian ad litem work. So I couldn't just take one and not the other. If I could have just taken guardian ad litem work, I would have stuck with that too, in addition to everything else I do, because it is very rewarding work. You're basically an attorney, this like cross between an attorney and a social worker. Which, I mean, my dad's background is in social work, so that was something I've been around for most of my life. So I'm accustomed to, I'm pretty comfortable around those situations. Yeah. So, sorry, I know that probably went on longer than, but those are loaded. Those are questions that usually have a bit more behind them than you'd think they would. So I hope that was satisfactory. But hello, everybody else that came in. Mario, Uprising, Zara, Ran, Scarlet, Lugia. Hope everyone's having a great day. So we are back with Edgeworth now. I do not have live chat on. I do not have the bot up. Oh, I see, Tom. The way, Your Honor, motion to the title plaintiff and defendant as shitheads. They like wanted us to be harsh with the parents. Like, we were in our training. We were in, because you have to get special training to be able to do that. For the Wisconsin State Bar, we're required to take 30 hours of legal education every 2 years to maintain our license. And if we want to be a guardian ad litem, a portion of that has to specifically relate to being a guardian ad litem because it's considered a specialized area. As long as you get that training, it's fine. You don't need like a certification or anything. But you have to show them that, hey, I'm taking, it's not that much. I think it's somewhere between 3 to 6 of those credits have to be towards guardian ad litem stuff. 3 hours towards ethics that give you specific ethics credits. That's necessary and required. And then the rest can be whatever you want. Hey, Amadeus and Wally. Can lawyers cuss in court without quoting something? There isn't an explicit rule against it, but it is frowned upon in most circumstances, unless you are directly quoting something. I have seen people get away with, like, damn and ass, but it's not something that's said very often. It's like that's like supreme emphasis. If you said damn, you're whoa. You hear that in everyday life and you're like, whatever, right? But in court, it is enough emphasis where people are going to notice what you say. But it is very much discouraged. I myself have not done it outside of quoting something specifically that like a parent might have said or something like that. Oh, hello, Athena. Do you prefer? I guess you probably prefer Athena then, right? Hello. Sorry, I'm probably gonna butcher this name. You can feel free to tell me exactly how I'm supposed to pronounce this. Is it Marinescu Numanita? Sounds pretty. Hello, Jessica. Zod as well. Oh, I've seen. Yes. I have seen some dumb evidence, but dumb evidence really rarely actually gets added to the court record because if it's dumb, we'll just objection relevance. Like, why is it here? And the judge doesn't have to admit it into evidence then if they find it to be irrelevant. There is far more often not what you would call dumb evidence, but really like technically it's fine, but is it really necessary? Sort of evidence. But in most cases, the judges will err on the side of, well, it's questionable enough where it might be necessary, so I'll allow it to be added. But it doesn't end up really having a big impact one way or the other. Dumb testimony is what you get most of the time. Yeah, what was the movie in the 30s? Not Casablanca. Was it Gone with the Wind? Where they said damn a lot. That was like a huge thing. Everybody's like, oh my god. Also, hello, Sarah. Yeah, so Tom gives you a pretty good idea of what it is. Like you'll get chastised for it, but it's as long as it was only like once and you're not constantly doing it, they'll say don't do that. You'll get reprimanded for it. Now, you won't even technically you won't get reprimanded for it because normally with a reprimand there's something on well, I suppose the court it being officially on the court record would make it a reprimand. It's just you don't necessarily get a punishment other than the judge puts it on record that he is scolding you for what you did. Oh, no problem, Uprising. Hope school's been going good. Well, I hope school's been going well. It's really bad. We're talking about school. I'm supposed to be somebody who's like very proficient in the English language, and I'm like, oh, I hope you're doing school good. you know? Oh man. Thank you, Lugia. Oh, you did do it? Well, time out. They said it at the very end. I see. Okay. And then, I'm pretty sure that was like a big deal. Oh! That was in Casablanca too, right? What's the movie where he says, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn? I have not heard word crimes. I know a fair bit of Weird Al stuff. That is Gone with the Wind. Okay. I honestly have never seen Gone with the Wind. I probably should watch it. I hear it's good. Hey, no, Lugia, you asked him a question. Or you asked her a question. I forgot who you had timed out. You asked her a question. So if you're just asking the question as to whether it happened, I think that's acceptable without needing to get timed out. Yeah, that I've never had that happen, but I am very paranoid that it is going to happen at some point where I present evidence that ends up hurting me. I do get paranoid about that. No, I've never seen the musical, Jessica. Ah, that sucks. Because now you got a whole pizza and you're like, am I going to eat this? It was the first instance of a swear in a movie. Ah, okay. Ah, haha. Parodying blurred lines. No, I should listen to it though. I do like Weird Al. I just haven't like I've never gone through like his entire discography. you do that, Athena. You kind of need it for these games. Yeah, it probably would, dog. And that might make it a little less. Because if the crust is soft, you're really relying on the sauce and the toppings to be really good. And if either of those are off, then you probably want the crust to be a little crisper. I think it's cool. I didn't expect it either, but I thought it was neat to see Gregory. Especially since he's been referenced, several times in this game. Does Dog the Bounty Hunter still bounty hunt? I've been eating this new place that's like a CBD oil-based food place. In the state of Wisconsin, we have our marijuana laws are not very progressive at all. So this isn't something where it's like, it's a sub that has weed in it. But you can put like a little bit of like CBD oil or something in it. And, CBD oil can have relaxing relaxing qualities to it. This is my first time eating at this place. It's been pretty good. I had the spicy stuff, obviously. But it's also a warm sub place, and warm sub places. I like my cold subs, I really do. But I feel like almost every sub place I go to is mostly cold-based subs. At least when it comes to more basic meat, like turkey or stuff like that, you can always get cheesesteaks, but like that's a very specific type of hot sub. Thank you, Sarah. Dadworth. I like that. That's cute. I did not know that about peppermint. But yeah, any other questions before we get going? I don't want us to get going and then somebody else brings up another question. Once we start, we're going. All right. What's the capital? Okay, we're going. Oh, and the answer to that question is that it's a trick question. There is no such thing as Wyoming. Garfield taught me that. That's a very Larry walk. That was cool. That was good. They gave him a really good animation. Mr. Shields, how was the victim? Looks like he breathed in a little too much of that poison gas. He's still unconscious. According to the doctor in the ambulance, there are no external injuries or any other wounds. Thanks to our fortunate timing, we were able to save him before he was too far gone. But he's not out of the woods yet. He's currently being treated by a specialist in the infirmary. I see. Mr. Shields, is he an acquaintance of yours? Yeah, you could say that. He's Dan Gustavia. He was involved in the IS-7 incidents. The pastry chef? So he was involved in the case 18 years ago. At least the other guy is doing alright. Is he a friend of yours, Miles? Yeah, you could say that. And it's fortunate you were not hurt, Larry. What you could say that's supposed to be, Edgy? How could you treat a childhood friend like that? It's just cruel. And also, when I'm dressed like this, I'm called Larice Denim. That's right. Oh, God. If I'm Edgeworth right now, I'm going, oh, okay, whatever. You know? So don't call me Larry. It's Larice. I will call you by whatever your name is. Okay, you get a new identity, I get it. But we all know he's doing this because he's just full of shit, right? That's what annoys me about it. When there's like those genuine situations where it makes sense why people change their names, like, please call me this. He's just being a douche. He is just being a douche. Kind of like Jar Jar being the mastermind behind Star Wars. That would be the equivalent. This is Misty Faye's legacy. Oh no. Oh no. That's really sad. That is. I don't even want to think about that. This man is Larry Butts. He's nothing but trouble, but he's been one of my friends since grade school. Some time ago, he awakened the calling of art and assumed the alias Larice Denham. It's Donham, right? Donham? Like dough? Kind of closer to that than de. Dunham? Dunham? Donut. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't butchering that, because I just don't remember. It's been a while since Trials and Tribulations. But a Butts by any other name would smell just as much. Have we heard this before? Because I like this significantly more than the if it smells, it must be the Butts. Because that one's kind of like, okay. Funny. This one's a little more sophisticated. That really is an unfortunate last name. Oh. Really? You two are childhood friends? I'd better report that to your old man too. I'm sure it'll bring him joy. He was always worried about you not being able to make friends. Good for you, Edgy. Aren't you glad to have a bosom buddy like me? My father was worried about something like that. But anyway, what are you doing in a place like this, Larry? How many times do you have to tell you, Edgy? I'm Larice. What are you doing in a place like this? Yikes, don't glare at me when you talk. So are you gonna tell me? Is it obvious? I've come here to study art. I'm going to take Mandy on a date here, so I was just doing some scouting beforehand, of course. Aren't you just using art as an excuse to go on a date? Not bad, Larice. Maybe you can introduce some pretty girls to me next time. I'm not gonna lie, kind of surprised that Ray doesn't already have a girlfriend or two. He's a lawyer and he's smooth as fuck. Except for when he asks for hugs. That might turn a lot of girls off. Okay, but isn't the thing is that sometimes they're not even really girlfriends? He just says they're girlfriends. Oh, now you're talking my language, dude. I think I'm getting a headache. By the way, Ruiz, did you notice anything strange when you found the victim? No, not really. Nothing that would make you say, I saw something that no one should ever have to see? Oh yeah, that. I was just surprised when I saw that old dude fall down out of nowhere like that. I didn't do anything this time for once. Was that anything to brag about? It is extraordinary how often Dew gets put in these situations and he's like, oh, like the thing that happened. Oh yeah, I forgot about the big thing. Why didn't you say something about you? Like, how do you not know the standard operating procedure here by now? Yeah, I do seem to remember there was at least one that was like a legitimate girlfriend, but it still followed, yeah, the same pattern of, you know, by the next game he has a new girlfriend. It's become mundane. It's just like, oh yeah, I mean, like, I see this shit all the time, so it's pretty normal to me, you know? I don't fucking know. All right, what was my voice for her? Was it Southern? Or is that what I wanted to give her after the fact? Fuck, I don't remember. It's been like 2 months since I've had to voice her. Maybe not that long. I know she's French, but that's not... I didn't give her a... I don't think I gave her a French accent. Mostly because I'm really bad at those, and having to do one as with a higher, like, with a female's voices be even more like, God. Visitors, we wish to deeply apologize for the disturbance. I'm the curator of this museum. My name is Catherine Hall. She's also one of the people involved in the IS-7 incident. Hello there, Miss Kate. She looks different, right? Like, I'm not, like, losing my mind here. No, we had to make the one lady British, who I'm sure is gonna come back. It's not just the hair, though. They actually did a really fucking good job of, like, making her face more mature. Bravo. Bravo to them. Wait, really, guys? How many years has it been? Can you tell me again? How many years was it? How many years? Who hasn't said how many years yet? We have to make sure that everyone says it. Every single person. Tom, have you said it? Have you said it already? I think you might be the only person in chat that didn't say it's been 18 years. It's almost like an audience yelling at you, like trying to do it all at the same time. It's like, yeah, I heard you the first time. I understand that I understand the progression of time. This isn't like some ridiculous Star Trek non-linear concept of thought and space-time here. This is in the future. I am nonetheless impressed by what they've done. It is important, Ram. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that. Was she not legal before? I guess I don't know how old she was before. Maybe that's part of it too. Okay, so I actually do want to make her voice a little more mature then, I guess. Monsieur. I want to get that right for Metoxes. I don't want to keep hurting their ears. Monsieur, because I was definitely butchering that word last time. Junko British voice? Does she look like she would be British Valley Girl? That's what's her face. I'm not giving her a British accent because that other lady is British. I don't want too many of the same things. Although, no, because if I give her something, it's gonna be just like Mia. Monsieur Shields, thank you for your continued assistance. She was the woman we saw at the reception, so she's the curator here. Man, I know this is gonna be like Twain. It's a her big brown eyes are fucking beautiful. I am a gigantic fan of big brown eyes. I get lost in them. It's just, I don't know, not even a real person. She made that face and I'm like, oh God. Can I just stare into your eyes for a little while? Jesus. I cannot do, I've actually tried working on my Scottish accent because I don't know how to do one at all. It's not there yet though, especially to go with a one. If I could do the Swedish without it sounding ridiculous, I would do it. But right now, if I do the Swedish, it'll sound like a fucking cartoon character. Well. She does look kind of Spanish, like the Red Roses. We apologize for the inconvenience, especially since it's the opening day. Oh, what am I doing here? No, you don't have to apologize for a thing, Miss Kate. I almost forgot. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory Edgeworth's son. Oh, Monsieur Edgeworth. Oh, how wonderful. I meet the soon after 18 years. The soon. I ruined it. I fucking ruined it. I meet the son after 18 years. It is an honor to meet you, defense attorney Miles Edgeworth. I don't know what she's singing to, so. Wow, that was amazing. You still got that golden voice, Miss Kate. Actually, I'm a prosecutor. Oh, so you're... Oh, so you are a prosecutor. My most sincere apologies, Monsieur Edgeworth. This woman is very polite, but slightly odd. Oh, she was like actually apologizing for getting it wrong. I thought it was a really super snarky like, oh, my condolences. Katie? Can I get your autograph right here, pretty please? Yes, if you so desire. I don't know what, I'm giving her some weird combination of Spanish, French, and English. It's going to sound like one of the three. Almost like I'm playing her character to be like a little fake about it. If you get what I mean. Yeah, you might have a little bit, because those are not black eyes. Why do you want her autograph?
Hey, dude, tell me, you don't know who she is?
My, you really don't keep up with the entertainment news, do you, Miles?
What? What is this unbearable atmosphere?
She's a superstar actress who's been in tons of musicals and movies. She's a great singer, too. Currently, I'm the curator of this museum. I have already retired from the stage. I finished filming my role for my last movie a few days ago. My co-stars also said that they would come here once I opened the doors. And here you are, Monsieur Artiste.
Is it artiste? You just the E is silent.
And here you are, Monsieur Artiste. I return this to you.
Thanks a bunch, Katie. I'll treasure it for the rest of my life. Especially when I find out that you're the murderer. The value's gonna go way up.
Artiste. Okay. Yeah, was she in Still Samurai? If she wasn't, I don't care.
Oh well, looks like me and Reese share the same interests.
So I gathered. Larry, you said you're here to study art. Why don't you practice drawing as well? Since you're here at Miss Hall's art museum.
Oh, it would be an honor to have Monsieur Artiste sketch our exhibits.
Oh, I guess even you have some good ideas every now and then, Edgy. I'll do a bit of sketching for Katie here.
What an amusing person.
Forgive the disturbance. Incidentally, who was the woman that was with you earlier?
It was Madame Delicia Scones. Delicia Scones. She's currently assisting the treatment of Monsieur Gustavia in the infirmary. Even though I said infirmary, since this is an art museum now, it is only provisional. As I am the only staff member working here, I cannot take a leave of my duties for too long.
Delicia Scones. I believe we have heard that name before, Mr. Shields.
Yep, it's pretty fucking ridiculous, isn't it? But it looks like the whole gang from the IS-7 incident is here. Well, except your father, but you know. Well, I doubt that's the coincidence. Monsieur Shields, Monsieur Edgeworth. Monsieur Shields, Monsieur Edgeworth. Would you care for some hot tea? Oh, Miss Gates' tea. That takes me back. I do prefer your hot tea, because that's what you are. A hottie.
Yes, if you please.
Leave stream. Disliked, unsubbed, reported for offensive content. Yeah, D-member. Can I get a refund, please? Oh, man. Twain is over, party. There you go. Cancel me.
Now I must take my leave. I must explain the situation to the other visitors. Alright, thanks for everything.
She doesn't have somebody to do that for them? I mean, good for her, I guess, but kind of surprising. This smells like... That's Ceylon, right? Ceylon tea. I should drink it before it cools. I think that's Ceylon, right? You missed the hottest joke of 2021, Tom. Don't listen to them. Go back and check it out. There we go! There we go! Tom's got my back. Bravery to stand up for your pun jokes. Your appreciation, Tom.
No, the Ceylon tea is a very high quality. And this aroma of citrus, it's awful. Get rid of all of this citrus.
I actually don't know. Maybe citrus isn't that bad in tea.
Does wonders for your concentration, right?
Does wonders for my gag reflex.
The old man said the exact same thing 18 years ago. But the sauces back then were chilled. Today they're warm.
Anyway, that's why she killed him. She was fucking irritated that he kept wanting her to chill the saucers. And she was like, God damn it! The saucers should be warm! You know, the next time you tell me, the next fucking time you tell me to chill one of these saucers, I'm gonna frame you for murder. Saucers are the little plates that you put the tea on. They normally, well, in America, they very frequently have like little circle impressions on them for like where the teacup like fits into. I don't think that's a thing elsewhere, right? Is it? I guess I don't know. I've never had tea outside the United States.
Psycho streamer will frame you for murder.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not a fan of tea or citrus, but like sometimes certain blends of things that you don't like can actually be really good. That seems like that's one where maybe I should give it a try. Everybody in my family and my family-in-law now love citrus, and I'm just sitting here like, can I not get the tortilla chips with a hint of lemon or lime? No? Okay, so I just have to deal with that? Alright, well, can you at least get this orange juice out of my face? Thank you. That would be amazing if that's what ended up happening. I would love it for its absurdity.
Anyway, don't you think this current situation is rather unusual? You mean how everyone involved in the case 18 years ago has gathered at this museum? Well, again, except for your father. Yes, I would like to be in charge of this case, if at all possible.
Miss Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Shields! I came here as fast as I could when I heard that you were done in by the poison gas!
Oh, she was concerned.
Oh, my sweet honey Kay. How about the hug after being parted for so long?
No.
I love the brevity of it and her face.
No.
Get fucking dunked.
Yeah, I mean, dude, stop trying to hug underage girls, because we know it's like part of your whole, ooh, cute girls thing. It's not okay. This actually might be my favorite K face. Because this face says so much. Like, there's so many different possible emotions that go into this face. I love her grin face too, but this one's probably my favorite. But for that same reason, it could never be an emote because it could mean way too many things. It could be kind of vague. Oh, see, I'm almost like purposely giving myself a caffeine addiction recently. For most of my life, I've been able to avoid needing caffeine to like be productive during the day. It's just not happening anymore. Like, I absolutely need it. Like, I never understood why somebody would be like, oh yeah, I had like 4 cups of coffee today. I'm like, why? And now I'm like, oh.
I see.
Somebody called, I forget who it was. When we played Smash back in the day, they called the water, it was a really cute name for water that had something to do with like ice. It was something like killed ice, but like a lot better. I can't remember what it was.
Jeez, you're perfectly fine? I can't believe you made us worry so much.
The fuck did we do? We simply existed and didn't die. Fuck us, right?
Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of bringing Kay here? I'm sorry, sir. I knew the gas was dangerous, so I tried to stop her. But no matter how much I ran, I couldn't gain any ground. When it comes to running away, no one is faster than the Yatagarasu.
Why was she with you in the first place? Does she work for the police department now? I guess they could have just been hanging out.
But you weren't running away from here.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm all set, sir. I'll start investigating the crime scene.
God. Can I just gush for just a brief moment about how Psycho Mantis is one of the top 3 villains of any video game of all time? That dude... Oh! What a genius design of a villain.
So, you like to play Castlevania?
Nemo. Play the damn game, you funny streamer, man. I've never tried giving anybody that voice, no. I guess I could sometime. It'd have to be like a creepy dude, though. Yeah, you had to put the controller in the player 2 spot so that he couldn't read your mind. That was sick. And okay, so for those that don't know, Psycho Mantis is from Metal Gear Solid, 1998, 99 PS1 game. And he would read your movements with the controller, and he'd like go into your thoughts and like read your memory card and shit and tell you like, oh, you know, I see that you like this other Konami game, and you're like, excuse fucking me? And you couldn't beat him unless you took out the controller from the first controller spot and put it in the second one, because then he couldn't read you anymore. Just a super fun. That fight is so good. All the Foxhound villains are really good. I don't know if he was the first one, Creature, but I think he might have been the first really notable one because of how well done it was. That fight is lauded as being fucking amazing. It's just something you'd never experienced before. That, and then he controls Meryl, and like you have to beat up Meryl but not shoot her because you don't want to kill her, but you need to knock her out still. Like, that fight's just loaded. He's like the perfect like psychokinesis sort of villain.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm all set, sir. Wait, I should still give him the... Mr. Edgeworth, I'm all set, sir. I'll start investigating the crime scene. Since there might still be traces of gas in the room, I'll have to ask everyone to wait here. Very well. I'm counting on you.
Good luck in there, Flatfoot.
Wow, Gummy's so cool. He's just like a detective. But that's what he is. Like, he's almost like a real detective. Holy shit. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the poison gas is dissipated, sir. Oh, wait. Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like the poison gas is dissipated, sir. Is it melted? Is that... Yeah, that's supposed to look kind of melted, right? I think? I guess. Metal Gear Solid 2 did make me a very cynical gamer, but for a much simpler reason than I'm guessing for you. It's because once they replaced Snake with Raiden, I just thought there was no hope anymore for anything. Then I played 3 and I was like, holy shit, this game is good, and it's not even Solid Snake. Well, kind of, but also kind of not. Detective calmly explained the state of the Autumn Palace. Yes, sir. I'll start with the exhibits. On the left, there's a statue with 2 people. And on the right, there's a statue of an animal with 2 horns. Statue of 2 people and a statue with an animal with horns. Isn't that the exact same thing I saw in the Winter Palace just a while ago? Also, the room is wet with water thanks to the sprinkler system. That also prevented the gas from harming anyone else. The sprinkler system... Was there a fire in the room? There are no signs of a fire, and the fire alarm hasn't gone off either, sir. Couldn't it still set off gas? Like something based off something gaseous? I would think. Maybe? The sprinklers in this museum are the kind that detect smoke and fire. If it detects smoke, it will send an alert to the security room. I think the poison gas might have set off the alarm in the security room, sir. Was there anyone in the security room at the time? The only one working here is the curator, Miss Catherine Hall, sir. She has been in the reception booth, opposite the security room ever since the museum opened. Did Miss Hall turn on the sprinklers? The sprinkler system can only be operated manually from the security room, sir. If it had been automatic, it would have sprayed water all over the exhibits. Since the system is manual, the situation can be examined and the exhibits moved if need be. I guess there would be more priority over the exhibits than the building. Only at a museum. Later, Trep. Well, you're a better person than I am, Infernal. I couldn't stand him. And then Metal Gear 4 came out, and then I thought he was sick. I should really play Metal Gear 2 again. I've only played it twice. And the last time was... right before Metal Gear 3 was released. Which was what, 07? 08? Something like that? They used a cup. That's a good way of doing it. Brr, it's way too cold in this room, sir. Isn't this supposed to be the Autumn Palace? Feels more like the dead of winter in here. The Autumn Palace is cold? I checked the thermostat earlier. It was set to 27 degrees Fahrenheit. I couldn't believe it. Why would the Autumn Palace be set to the same temperature as the Winter Palace? That's about all I know for now, sir. If I figure out anything else, I'll give you another call. I see. I'm counting on you, detective. Well, shouldn't we go in there? I'm not going in there yet. You want to go in there? I don't trust the word he says. What did Gummy say? He said it feels more like winter in the Autumn Palace. I don't get it. I haven't been able to enter the room personally, but it should be possible to look inside after the police have finished investigating.
I'd like to know what it's like in there myself.
Isn't there anyone else who knows about the incident?
Ah, there is someone. Miles' friend, right?
Friend? You have a friend other than me? What the fuck, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, he's such a nuisance we have no choice but to listen to what he has to say for now. Wait, you mean...
Oh, you're here too, Kay. You're looking as cute as ever.
Haha, long time no see. It's Larry, isn't it?
Okay, right now my name is Larice. I'm an artist, that's why.
Ah, so that's your pet name, Larice, the artist formerly known as Larry.
Wow, you really are a good girl, Kay. Nothing like edgy here.
Larry, I have many things I need to ask you.
What's this? Don't tell me you suspect me again. You're gonna say because I was first on the scene, I must be the culprit, aren't you?
I never said anything like that. I only want you to tell me what you saw. You said you saw something that no one else should ever have to see. Did you not?
No, you said that, and then he said, oh, that.
Implicit, but not explicit.
But now I'm saying I didn't see nothing, and I didn't do nothing. Probably.
Oh my, he didn't seem so confident at the end there. There are somewhat troublesome circumstances surrounding this man. The saying, when something smells, it's usually the butts, still holds true 26 years on. One could say his tendency to attract trouble is legendary. It seems he's done something troublesome without even realizing it himself. I'll just have to try and extract the truth from him.
I am so goddamn tired of Larry having to extract information from Larry. Like, dude, fucking tell me.
My goal is to expose whatever Larry is hiding,
Especially since he always loses.
however.
I didn't see nothing. I didn't do nothing. See, these chess pieces tell you that I didn't do anything. They mean that I'm being very truthful.
Larry is an extremely restless and troublesome man. Until he cools down, I'll just wait and see. First, I'll ask him about his goal. This isn't something I can't handle. It's not like Edgeworth to use the double negative like that. I'll finish this quickly. What was your purpose for coming to the art gallery?
What? Are you saying that I don't belong in an art gallery? Hey, if you're not gonna talk, hold that phone so I can paint your portrait. And I'll scribble all over the portrait I drew of you. I was just joking. I would never scribble over my paintings, of course. They're works of art, after all.
I don't think any of your works would qualify as art.
Don't look down on me! There are people who recognize my skills as an artist!
Those people are blind.
Mandy is my girlfriend, but it's really my paintings she fell in love with. That's why I'll sketch anything my girlfriend likes.
Then why are you here on your own today?
So what? Can't a guy with a girlfriend spend time alone? Mandy says she's a Gemini. I thought she'd be happy if I showed her a sketch of our next date. A sketch of it on our next date.
You really have that much confidence in the sketch?
Well, I'm not so confident about this one. But I thought she would be happy.
if I did a sketch of her astrological sign. Let's see. That's just like you. To impress Mandy, you came here to see the Gemini sculpture, didn't you? What? How'd you find out? Because you just unknowingly told me everything. Well then, I'm not saying another word from now on. He's finally decided to remain silent. In that case, I'll be more relentless in my questioning. I'll try to find out what he was doing here at the art gallery. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dominguez and JB? I'll expose his true motives. This shouldn't take long. You, just what did you do in this art gallery? What's with that glare? I don't really remember anything. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I just loitered around the fountain patio. Don't they give you a pamphlet at the reception booth after you pay the admission fee? Huh? Oh, is that right? So, the admission wasn't free, huh? Don't tell me, you sneaked in here without paying? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do anything bad. It's just, there was no one at the reception booth. That's why I thought you could come in here for free. Miss Hall wasn't there. Miss Hall wasn't at the reception booth? Man, I'm fucking that piece up. Yeah, it didn't look like there was anyone on the other side of the desk. Come to think of it, I'm sure you did say something about that. Miss Hall was busy activating the sprinklers. Miss Hall was busy activating the sprinklers from the security room. Because of that incident, she had to leave the reception booth. Poor Katie. She went through all that trouble to open up the place. And now the art gallery's star attraction, the Winter Palace, is completely ruined. You're certainly well informed about the Winter Palace for someone without a pamphlet. The Winter Palace is where your goal, the Gemini sculpture, is located. You had your sights set on the Winter Palace from the beginning, didn't you? What? How'd you find out again? That's right, my goal is to see the Gemini sculpture. From the very beginning, the Winter Palace is the very reason I came here. He confessed quite easily. You can never tell anything with this man. Next, I'll ask for further information regarding the Winter Palace, and I'm going to say this out loud so that he knows exactly what I'm going to do. He may still have some fight left in him. I'll watch his reactions and extract the information I need. I have no more use for you. Larry, did you also enter the Winter Palace? What's with that look of distrust? Sure, I tried going in, but... You tried to go in, but you weren't actually able to, right? Yeah, that's about right. I wanted to go in, but then that old geezer collapsed. I was a little freaked out. So you couldn't get in because the victim of the poison gas collapsed? Yeah, he fell right out of the Winter Palace. I'm sure the victim emerged from the Autumn Palace. If it weren't for that poison gas incident, I'd be in there sketching the Gemini sculpture right now. Larry must have mistaken the Autumn Palace for the Winter Palace. That aside, it seems like his goal was to sketch the sculpture. This should be a useful clue. Larry, did you see anything in the Winter Palace? You're still hung up on that? Didn't I say that I didn't see anything? I started to think that it wasn't such a good idea to come to the art gallery. I needed to leave soon to meet with my girlfriend. Perhaps I should try using that clue. You came here to sketch the sculpture for your girlfriend, did you not? I don't think you would give up that easily. Even after the victim collapsed, you could still see the inside... Well, even after the victim collapsed, you could still see inside the room from the outside, right? Well, I may have gotten a tiny glimpse, but there's no evidence that I saw something scary in there, right? My, I'm disappointed it turned out to be this simple. Larry, you saw something scary at the crime scene, didn't you? Ah! Edgy, you can read my mind? In that case, there's no point in keeping any more secrets from you. There was never ever any point for you keeping secrets from me in the first place. You just told me everything of your own accord. That was a complete waste of time, but finally, it's checkmate. Yeah, he's just like, okay, see you later then. Bye. Game over. I had my eyes fixed on the Gemini sculpture. You've mentioned the Gemini sculpture many times now, but I don't believe the sculpture you saw was the Gemini one. What? Was it a mirage then? Larry mistakenly thought he saw the Winter Palace. This piece of evidence shows what Larry really saw. Is it this? Take a look at this pamphlet. The Autumn Palace, the Pisces, Capricorn, Aries, and Aquarius sculptures are displayed. Incidentally, I can confirm that the Gemini sculpture is located in the Winter Palace. Therefore, the sculpture you saw could not have been the Gemini one. I knew it. I expected him to have a bit more shock. I expected him to be a bit more shocked at the news. I thought it was kind of strange. And no, I saw a single goddess. And that transformation was no mirage. Transformation, you say? Oh, you're curious too, Edgy? Well, nothing for it. Guess I'll have to show you. Show me? What exactly? I drew a picture of the very scene I saw back then. But I really can't believe what I drew. Picture? What picture? This one right here. What the fuck? Also, that's a really good picture. Holy shit.
Congratulations!
That's actually really good. That's actually pretty fucking good. What? What is this disturbing picture? Is that sculpture weeping tears of blood? Larice, this picture is scary! Kay, it scared me too. The Gemini sculpture suddenly transformed into a goddess right before my eyes.
No shit, ever since Parasite Eve, the like imagery of inanimate objects crying blood is terrifying to me. Was it like at the beginning of that game where the Statue of Liberty is crying blood? And you're like, what is happening here? It is a really good game. Yeah, it really was. It really was. That's a game I wanted to play on the channel at some point as a part of a Let's Play, because I know KY's really into it too. It's just a fun game. Then it's his copy. I don't own it. He does, though.
I couldn't help but scream. So the victim collapsing wasn't what surprised him.
Man, that's a fucked up scene when the dude collapsing in front of you is only the second worst thing that you're looking at.
What do you say? What do you mean when you say transform? I don't really understand it myself. The lower half of its body just turned into a fish.
A fish goddess. That would be the Pisces sculpture, wouldn't it? In mythology, Pisces represents the fish that a goddess and her son transform into.
Oh, so yeah, two fishes. We had that discussion before.
Really? So Pisces isn't just a couple of ordinary fish?
Edgy, you don't think that sculpture is cursed, do you?
It's crying tears of blood, Larry. What do you think?
The tears of blood turned the Gemini sculpture into a fish.
Preposterous. You simply mistook the Pisces sculpture for the Gemini one.
Also, he drew that really fucking fast, didn't he? Like, holy shit. He might be the ultimate artist. Oh, yeah. Her frustration is valid because that was trash. That was absolutely trash. I feel like if I stopped stream every time that word or that phrase was said, it would have taken like 2 weeks to get through that case, the rest of that case.
Oh, you put the sketch in your organizer. Huh?
Even a sketch like this can be useful as scrap paper after all. How could you? That's kind of bogus. There's no reason to dunk on him like that. How could you?
But it's strange. Why did only the lower half of the sculpture transform? Uncle Ray is a bit curious about what went down in the Autumn Palace.
Indeed. I wonder if someone tampered with the Pisces sculpture.
What was the point of continuing to mislead the player like that? In the last case of Investigation 1, to pad out the game. Add extra lines of dialogue for no reason other than a pad. God damn, this sub's good. I'll have to rate them 5 stars.
Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, we finished searching the room. Poison gas isn't a threat anymore, so you can enter the crime scene. All right, good work, detective. It seems we can enter the Autumn Palace now.
Nice timing, detective.
Let's go right now. I want to see the Pisces sculpture. If Kay's going, I'm going too. I was planning on bringing him along anyway. Right then, let's proceed to the Autumn Palace. So this is the Autumn Palace. It certainly does resemble the Winter Palace. I've been waiting, sir. Huh? Aren't you? Hey, Jake! Thank you for the re-up, dude. Much appreciated. 15 big old months in a row. And Infernal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Twain, remember, Edgy has no joy in his soul, so he can't appreciate art. Larry, however, is chaotic stupid, but art comes well to him. I think that's some sound raising. It certainly makes Larry a more... Certainly makes Larry a more interesting artist, that's for sure. Aren't you that hairy butts guy? Somebody finally says it! I think during my first tier list I was actually calling him Harry because I didn't remember that his name was Larry. Wrong. I'm Maurice Donham. Never mind that, detective. Your report, if you please. Yeah, you know, he's actually lying to a police officer. That's not great. Roger that, sir. We discovered a used gas burner during our investigation. The nozzle was still warm when we found it, so it may be related to the incident. Was it used to heat something? Was that ladder always there on the ground? It was probably used by the person who set off the poison gas. The poison gas was released when someone lifted the lid off that glass case, sir. The Pisces sculpture. Huh? Seems like you know about it, sir. Well then, do you know what the sculpture next to it is? Since we're in the Autumn Palace, it would probably be the Capricorn sculpture. As expected of Mr. Edgeworth. I thought it was Taurus myself. I was thrown off as it was covered by this weird cloth. The fluorescent cloth. I wonder what it's doing here. Evidence from the IS-7 incident? That is a Taurus. It's not fucking Capricorn's a fucking crab, isn't it? You can't just make a bull statue and be like, this is Capricorn. I'm sorry, did you create your own zodiac system that no one else except for you is aware of? Cancer's the crab! Capricorn is a goat. Yeah, no, Capricorn's not a ram, because Aries is a ram. It's been 18 years! There you go, new channel meme. I mean, have you seen crabs? A disease should be named after those things. They look disgusting and creepy. Cancer with the scissors. I'll give you a new do, baby. Like, how lame is that? You got Leo the lion, who shoots like energy beams, and then you got the crab, who has some basic scissors and is mostly used to style hair. No matter what it is or how it got here.
Are there goats that have horns that go straight up? I thought all goat horns were generally like they went back. Because if so, that's not a goat. Well, wouldn't they all be OP? If that were the case?
Ugh, crawfish are creepy looking too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Are there goats that have horns that go straight in the air? I have not seen a goat that have horns that are vertical. So that's why I'm curious.
Crabs are very creepy.
They're not cute. Goats with vertical horns. Okay, there's the Gurgentana goat, but it's vertical, but not the vertical that you're thinking. None of these other goats have vertical horns. They all go backwards. Like some of them go more like they're raised higher than others, but they all go backwards. That is not going backwards. That's like a well, they're fucking bullhorns, aren't they? Yeah. Those are definitely bullhorns. Okay, you guys need to see this because what is wrong with that thing's horn? You can't have a conversation about this if I don't post this. Dude! Like, what happened to the goat up top? Can't even use those for anything. Apparently Apparently his horns like fell in love with each other and just needed to hold hands. A bad horn day. Why would it do that? So its own evolutionary thing is that it kills itself.
Wouldn't they all die? Like, very quickly, eventually? I mean, maybe not. I guess they just all kill themselves later. Lack of selective breeding.
Okay, so the yak would be the closest you probably get to it.
And even then, those are not yak horns.
Yak horns come out more. But yeah, they do then go up. Also, that thing looks nothing like a fucking yak.
Just like the rest of its body. The sculptures in this room are all covered with this fluorescent cloth. Because they're hidden, it makes me want to see them even more. Let's take a look. I'll just get this cloth off. I'll just get this cloth off.
Twain, it's hard. It doesn't matter if it's actually a bull. You can make a yak into a bull and call it a goat and say that it's fucking Capricorn. Oh my god.
Why don't I just draw a table and say this is Libra? Behold. Why is it? Well, why would it be Libra? Because it's flat. Ergo balanced. That would be stupid. Wow, they're beautiful. Well, that one's definitely a ram.
Okay, so there are ways to prevent it from actually impaling itself.
They just have to keep grinding their teeth, which I'm guessing isn't very hard to do unless they're in a desert, but I'm guessing that's not their ecosystem. It doesn't sound artsy. It sounds like I'm full of shit. I can tell you that I am because I just thought of it off the top of my head. You don't think the transformation Larry saw was, in fact, the moment the cloth wrapped around the lower half of the Pisces? Was, in fact, the moment the cloth wrapped around the lower half of Pisces fell? See, Edgy? It wasn't a mirage or mistake after all. Ugh. Hey, Brandon, how's it going?
Hey, Miles. There sure is something strange about this room. Looks exactly the same as the Winter Palace we were in just a moment ago.
Yes, I agree. Perhaps the sculptures were hidden to make it look like the Winter Palace. I hope it's not Capricorn, because if it is, it's poor, it's deceptive. You don't do something like that. Oh, artists will understand. What if a Capricorn played this game? They're like, that's not a Capricorn, because I know what a Capricorn is. It's a goat, and that's not a goat. If you wrap the cloth around the lower half of the Pisces sculpture, it looks like Gemini. Capricorn is a half fish, too. Wait, really? I thought it was just a goat. Okay. Now my mind's just been completely blown. Capricorn's part fish? Well, fuck me. Capricorn is a half fish too. Hide the lower half and it resembles Taurus. The remaining two, which couldn't be altered with trickery, were covered up. The Autumn Palace was made to look like the Winter Palace. So it seems, Mr. Shields. It looks like we'll need to conduct an investigation of the Autumn Palace too. Mr. DeBest and Judge Courtney. Hey! You guys again! This is a problem. You see, this is my crime scene.
Mr. Edgeworth, it seems my power is insufficient. If you're here, then it would appear that you still haven't understood my warnings.
Capricorn is goat mixed with a fish. And yeah, so that I did not know. And I know this isn't like what you should be basing this on, but the most recent thing I saw a Capricorn thing in was fucking Fairy Tale, and that was just a goat with a suit. I love its design though. Because it's got sunglasses and its little beard, so it looks all sophisticated. Oh, yeah, I did not know that that Capricorn is part fish. That's a really interesting animal.
If you're here, then it would appear that you still haven't understood my warnings.
What, am I not supposed to work anymore? Like, what the fuck does she want?
Furthermore, you know full well your reckless actions will cause trouble for that detective. In the name of the goddess of law, I must pass judgment.
You got it all wrong, pal. I was the one who asked Mr. Edgeworth to investigate.
Really? Well then, Flatfoot, I'll have to do that.
That?
Yeah, that.
Right? Cut your salary. Oh, God. Oh, God, no. Oh, no. No. We accepted Von Karma cutting Gumshoe's salary. We accepted Edgeworth cutting Gumshoe's salary. We accepted Francisca cutting Gumshoe's salary. I will not accept this motherfucker cutting Gumshoe's salary.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Hold on, I'm suffering from a bout of depression that I need to work through real quick. Because this is depressing. It is bad, yes. Well, the best is like this young and arrogant prosecutor for like no reason. Judge Courtney is perhaps the most unethical judge I've ever seen in fiction. No, that's not true. But she is very unethical. Looking forward to your next payday? I've always wanted to say that. Oh, you're the last person I want cutting my salary, pal. Also say the audience. Oh God, that's unfortunate. Hold it to best. I am only cooperating with the police as a witness to this incident. Detective Gumshoe is not to blame. So that's how it is. Well then, should I be raising his salary? No, that's not what I meant. Good, I was just testing you. To see if you'd betray the prosecutorial code. But it'd be really nice to get my salary raised.
Your mercy is deeply moving, Sebastian, but past transgressions must lead to future judgment. Prosecutor Edgeworth and all in his company depart at once from this holy site.
But we just got here.
The one given the goddess of law's blessing for this incident was Sebastian.
In other words, Mr. DeBess is the prosecutor in charge of this case. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening performance is over. Besides, I've already got my eyes set on the culprit. What? Who, pal? Well, naturally, that artist. No. God damn it!
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
I am so goddamn sick and tired of Larry. Larry being the suspect is even worse now than Maya being the suspect.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Jesus, yes! Appropriate. God damn it! It's just lame. Hey, instead of giving them a new and interesting character, let's just reuse this old fan favorite. I know a lot of other people like Larry, so they're probably like, hey, I get to defend Larry for the 4th fucking time. Let me tell you, if I as an attorney had to defend one person that many times, I wouldn't like that person anymore. Because I'm like, dude, how the fuck do you keep letting this happen to you? Only 3 times? How many times have you been a murder suspect? Yeah. Punch my card, please. Twice. You know, would there come a time in would there come a time when a judge would just be like, this is the 5th time you've been in front of me for being alleged to be a murderer. At this point, I'm not even going to conduct the trial. You might have been innocent your first 4 times, but there's just... You can't have possibly have been in the wrong place in the wrong time at the wrong time all 5 times. That's just impossible. You're guilty. Get out of my sight. At least now you'll never come before me again. Oh, God. All right, have a good one. Infernal, thank you for the $7. Much appreciated. Have a good sleep. Me? Hey, what's going on, Edgy? Don't ask me. I can't understand his reasoning. Tisk. If you can't understand how the best prosecutor thinks, it simply shows how inculpable you are. That is not what you mean to say. Seems he doesn't know what inculpable even means. How is he even a prosecutor?
That's right, Sebastian. Prosecutor Edgeworth is quite incapable.
I see. So, I get it now. I get it. The best is like an 18-year-old person with terminal cancer. And Judge Courtney granted him his Make-A-Wish. So that's why even when he says something stupid, Judge Courtney's like, yes, that's right. Incapable. Because otherwise, I don't know why you would do this if you were her. Unless you were fucking him. Maybe she is. Maybe he's just a dynamite in a sack. Otherwise, I can't possibly see why she's... Oh, God. I don't believe he's 17. The whole thing about being 17 is if you're 17 and a prosecutor, aren't you a prodigy? A prodigy? Why would they create a prodigy character that's fucking stupid and bad at their job? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Yeah, I remember how Francisca became a prosecutor at 13. And guess what? Francisca was actually good. Francisca's one of the best prosecutors you run into in the entirety of the games. So, no, it's not like Francisca, because Francisca is presented as a competent antagonist. From the very beginning, this dude is presented as fucking stupid. Well, it better be a good fucking reason, because this is incredibly bad at this point. You get a little angry when you're hungry. Grab a Snickers. And by the way, there is no nepotism. No nepotism strong enough that would make you a prosecutor years before you should be able to. He still has to get through school. He still has to pass the bar. You can't just say like, oh, he's a prosecutor now because he's my son or some bullshit like that. That doesn't happen. He's funny in a vacuum. If you just take him and remove context out of it, yeah, he is funny. I agree. I don't take context out of things, though, because it's an integral part of the story. Yeah, the man's prosecutor is going to be 5. They're going to be fucking stupid, too. Can't even put sentences together. They're like, huh, prodigy, that one. Even so, he would still have to be licensed. You wouldn't be licensed unless you could pay. Oh my god. Externships alone are not good enough for you to be an attorney. There are some systems that still do the apprenticeship thing. But even so, let's say you have to go through several years of being an apprentice in order to become an attorney. As a prosecutor, he has become an attorney, and you have to show proficiency to become an attorney from the apprenticeships. He has not shown an iota of proficiency in anything he's done. Sure, if you live in a dictatorship, you can get a prosecutor from through nepotism. Is this a dictatorship? Do we live in a dictatorship in this world? I'm honestly asking. Yeah, they say it. Yeah, he's an attorney. But like, and you know what? I think it's actually fine that he's bad because he has the dynamic with Judge Courtney, right? Like that's the dynamic that they're trying to create. And I get that. But if you're telling me also that he's supposed to be some prodigy, then it falls apart because that is stupid. I bought that Francisca was a prodigy just by the way she carried herself. And again, if you actually dig into her arguments and stuff, Francisca's actually really good. Now, biggest reason she loses is because the truth isn't on her side. And Phoenix has, magic powers at his disposal. Is that really what happened? You're shitting me, aren't you, Tom? One of the worst debaters on the internet did not. You're making me look this up, and I'm sad that I have to put the words Ben Shapiro in my fucking search bar. It would be really funny. You know what? That's fine. I hope he did finish law school at age 17 because then he would be the best. That would be your exact fucking real life companion. Because holy shit is Ben Shapiro awful when it comes to arguments. His debates are terrible. The amount of times that he says something and it's just circular logic almost makes my head spin off of my fucking shoulders. Okay, I don't see anything about law school in his Wikipedia. I'm sure most of this chat would debate circles around Ben Shapiro. He's fucking terrible. Are we really going to argue this, Maxim? Are you going to attempt to argue that somebody who's 17 and is an attorney isn't a prodigy? It doesn't matter if the game calls him a prodigy. You understand that, right? There's context to it. We can't just say, oh, the game never called him a prodigy, so he must not be a prodigy. Well, how many other 17-year-old attorneys do we know? We know one that was called a prodigy. That's because all he is memeable. It's actually interesting. I bet if you took him out of the spotlight, away from cameras, recording devices, he's probably not that bad. But he sensationalizes things because that's what makes him money and gets him followers. That's what he is. And from that perspective, I can't blame him. Good for you if that's how you decided to, make your life. I wouldn't personally do it that way because I'm not a douchebag, but if that's how you decide to live your life, and then whatever, Oh my god, this is irritating.
That's right, Sebastian. Prosecutor Edgeworth is quite incapable.
Yes, he's incapable. She just nonchalantly corrected him. Don't underestimate my intelligence gathering skills. I just came from the infirmary and asked the doctor there about the cause of the poison gas. And what was the cause? Some normal substance. What was its name again? Hold on a second. I'll call the doctor to make sure. Look at your notes that you should have taken, you moron! Ugh!
Since Sebastian is on the phone, I'll answer for him.
Because I'm not an incompetent fucking boob. In that case, why didn't you tell us before he called?
He needs to learn how to remember things. The poison gas was caused by the mixing of two different types of chemicals. Their names are
Normal. What? Their names are Normalium and Fatalium. Oh, yeah, I'm sure they are. So what are those chemicals exactly? They're not possibly just made up for this game in like the laziest fucking way possible, are they? It's done really it is like lazy but also hilarious, so I'm good with it. It's silly. It's silly and fun.
Normalium is a red liquid that's commonly used in everyday products.
Of course it is.
It can be found in paint and detergents, among other things, but it's not toxic by itself.
So you're saying that it's a substance readily available to anyone?
Yes, but Fatalium, on the other hand, is not so easy to obtain.
Its name sure sounds dangerous. What's it used for?
It's the active ingredient of a white pesticide known as Megatoxin X.
Megatoxin. Yeah, good old copium. I wish this game used copium.
Italium itself also has a deep white color, but it's not really sold in stores.
Not really. Kind of, though.
It's nearly impossible to obtain domestically.
Nearly, but not impossible.
Right now, we are looking into how this chemical was obtained.
What a regular toxin just won't do, use Megatoxin X. Okay, I finally found out the names of those chemicals.
Judge Courtney has already told us. We don't need to hear it again.
Ah! Fine then. I'll cut to the chase. You know that Normalium from the poison gas is also used in paint, right? Today, out of everyone who visited the art gallery, the only one carrying paint was that artist. You're treating me as your culprit just because of that? I object to the red paint on the palette you're carrying. Hey, Edgy, don't you think this prosecutor is kind of an idiot? There it is. When I drank Killium and nearly died. But how did you obtain Killium? You can't really find it in stores, and it's nearly impossible to obtain domestically. Okay, I need to stop for just a moment. I need to get a glass because when Larry is calling you an idiot, there's no coming back from that. There is no coming back from that.
We are ready to proceed. Well, I'm glad you think it's the best stream so far. I'm sure, I'm positive somebody's gonna come into the comments and be like, but you're taking this too seriously. It's a but it's a game! And I'll be like, all right, yeah, sure. Your average video gamer is gonna see the best and go, ha ha ha. Yeah, what a fucking moron. Say he's 17 years old just because he's a kid. What a douche, right? Which is fine. That's what I would expect. But a lawyer sees that and goes, he's 17? Well, that's really unlikely. Oh, and he's an idiot? Well, that's just downright unfucking believable. Something quite tasty, actually. Crown Royal Regal Apple. And for those that don't know, that have a ton of dice, Crown Royal is a really good drink to get because they come in these elegant pouches that are excellent for dice. And just a splash of Coke to give myself a little bit of caffeine. Not a lot though. You don't want it drowning out the apple and the general goodness of Crown Royal, because Crown Royal is really good. Trep had to go to school. He came in for a second and said hi, but then had to leave. I mean, alcohol is basically killing him. If you drink enough of it, you will die. Hey Angie, don't you think the prosecutor's kind of an idiot? Ding, ding, ding. Indeed. Although I've only known him for a short time, his logic is always absurd. Hey, don't ignore me! It's all right, Sebastian. They're only doing it because they're afraid of you. She is actually his mother! I will say though, this enhances, like, for some reason this kind of enhances her character. I guess because it shows like her influence over another attorney, even if he's an unbelievably young age for how bad he is. But at the same time, no judge would fucking act like that. Ever. The reason she is, even though this type of, first of all, the whole role on the oversight committee or whatever it is kind of something that I'm like, okay, I can get behind that. You've established that there's this kind of outside policing thing, similar to a bar, how a bar would do things, or it could be a subcommittee of the bar, where you have individuals who are actually instructed to investigate certain attorneys, even though, again, I think she's highly unethical. The universe properly sets up that this is a thing. And so, like, her whole, like, she wouldn't fucking do that. Well, okay, the universe set it up. They established it. That's good. This universe has yet to establish that a 17-year-old idiot could become an attorney. How old was Phoenix when Phoenix became an attorney? (24) So the in-game universe has established that you can be an idiot and become an attorney at age 24. But not 17.
Yes, and Maxim, it wouldn't necessarily be an issue if she weren't directly involved in these investigations. Even as a PIC member, she really shouldn't be doing this. At least from the way that they described how the PIC worked. Clavier's good! Clavier is good! That's my whole problem with it. Whenever there's been somebody who's super young, you understand why they're like, oh, okay, they're really good. It's Claver, right? Claver. No, I wasn't responding to you, dog. I was responding to Maxim. Like, the game's established that you can be really young and be an attorney. Okay. Not what would happen in this world, but you've established that it is something that happens here. And that's what we accept. But the precedent has been that they're always very good. Like, you get that, you go against them, you're like, wow, they're really good. Ironically, the older you get, the worse you are. My granddaughter has a dog named Phoenix. Does that mean she fell in love with it, or what was his dumb ass fucking analogy? Hot Von Karma. So awesome, and yet fucking terrible.
Anyways, like the first star to appear at night, show us reasoning that shines the best.
Is he really 17? I thought Von Karma was older than Payne. Yeah, Von Karma's presence, if nothing else, was fucking amazing. Maybe 7. Okay, so I had something in mind, but well, I won't drop any of the any more of the she's the teacher who's fucking her student thing. Although, to be fair to Von Karma, he's actually been better in these games with a more expanded role outside, and instead of just seeing him in the one case. It's almost like he just, you know, kind of lost it over time a little bit. Does that mean she's my granddaughter's husband? She's only 7. It had a messenger feature before, but I think they got rid of that. The first star shines best, not bad. Hey, you guys better listen up too. Oh God. Shining logic. Shining piece of shit. That artist was the first to discover the victim, so naturally he's the...
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
All right, everyone. You hear what the best says. If you ever find a dead body, don't report it. You know why? Because if you report that there's a dead body, you're instantly the first, the best suspect. We all understand how stupid this is. Like, it's actually promotes people to not. Oh, it's Among Us logic if it's Tal, because Tal's the ultimate self-reporter. I just want to see if Tal's here. That used to trigger Tal so hard. Because I like greatly exaggerated the amount of time you guys, not everybody probably saw our Among Us streams, but unsurprisingly, I was pretty good at convincing people of things that were not actually true. And I convinced everyone that Talvez was a huge self-reporter that did it constantly. And so he was always suspect. He would get so mad. Oh man, but we had like 6 or 7 of them. And then I just kind of lost interest. It's not that it, like, I thought the game was bad or anything. I just kind of got burned out on it. Unlike a lot of other streamers that you guys probably watch that, like, will do more multiplayer stuff, quite honestly, I am very much a single-player narrative kind of gamer. That's what I like doing more so than anything. And if we're playing, like, multiplayer games, I prefer things like Mario Kart, Smash, stuff like that. Stuff that I grew up playing. COD. Even though Among Us was a very interesting and well-made game. That artist was the first to discover the victim, so naturally he's the best suspect. I cannot rebut your statement, Maxim. I cannot rebut your statement. The poison gas was caused by normalium, a chemical found in paint, right? As he was carrying the paint near the victim, he would have had the best chance. Now, that is, in theory, true. That reasoning is so much better than the first step he took that he just should never have been said. Never been said. The paint, along with being the first witness, that pretty much proves he's the culprit. That's all very circumstantial. So, what do you think, Justine? We cannot ignore the possibility. Ah, that's right. I remember the society that I lived in where people could get charged for murder because we can't ignore the possibility. Hello, Scarlet and Athena. Well then, Mr. Artist, please tell us the truth. Did you leave red paint at the crime scene? Or else, did you cause the poison gas to go off? The only thing I leave behind is my bond of love with you. You know, I'm actually really impressed. She is trying to accuse him of murder, and he still wants to fuck her. Please watch what you say. I mean, I get it. She's fucking hot. I do. I really do. But, like, let's concentrate on one thing at a time here. My gavel's already prepared to declare you guilty. Well, that's very unprofessional and unethical. Please pay no heed to this man's statements. Ah! Objection! Voice is so spot on. So spot on for excellent. Once again, excellent job, English translating team. Well done. Well done. That's just, it's perfect. Hey, you guys! Ignoring my reasoning just because it's flawless won't do you any good. Mr. Edgeworth, if you've already admitted defeat, you should take your leave. No, I don't really have time to deal with your ridiculous reasoning. Can I just, like, I don't even want to talk to him more than I need to. Can I just... Yeah? It was a mixture though, isn't it? Fuck him. Fuck him. Just, we're not going through all that. Mr. DeBest, your logic is more akin to a shooting star than a shining star. I'll wait and see what the follow-up is. It shines the best like a shooting star, right? It may shine brightly for a brief moment, but then it burns itself out. That would only make sense if his argument was any good. Unless she's just talking about his, like, energy, in which case, I could buy that. The poison gas originated from inside the glass case of the Pisces sculpture. Exactly, so that's where the artist set off the gas, right? He used the normalium in his red paint. As your senior, let me give you one piece of advice. Listen to the explanations of others. The poison gas was caused by mixing both normalium and fatalium together. The normalium contained in the red paint is not enough by itself. Otherwise, why would that red paint be sold? It just could set off poison gas at any time? Don't listen to Sarah Amadeus. It's perfectly fine. Being a bottom does not make you submissive and soft. I'm a bottom. Does it mean that I'm soft? Do I seem submissive to you? Although, to be fair, I would consider myself what you would call a power bottom. Breedable? I'm a sideways. Oh god. Service tops. Interesting. Anyways, Amadeus, the origin is during sexual intercourse, in a position in which one person is on top and one person is on the bottom. They refer to you as a bottom because apparently if you enjoy the bottom position, it must mean you're soft and submissive, which, again, bottom's my favorite position. Do I seem like I'm soft and submissive to you? No, because that type of, simplification is bullshit and almost always incorrect. Oh, Mr. Dominguez. Really? But I thought I heard that normalium caused the fatality. Don't tell me you just misheard the forensic report. Darn it. By the time Larry discovered the victim, the room was already filled with poison gas. You know what? You know what? I'm actually going to defend him. I'm actually going to defend him here. Even though it's obviously not what was said, the idea that the thing is called fatalium is kind of so ridiculous that I could see somebody here thinking they heard fatality in their head. They're not paying close enough attention, but I could see that happening. By the time Larry discovered the victim, the room was already filled with poison gas. And it's time for you to realize how incapable you really are. Ooh. Unobtainium. Hey, what do you mean by incapable? You tried to use that word earlier and you still don't know what it means! He means to say you are lacking in ability. Incidentally, inculpable has a completely different meaning. I get it. You're making fun of me again, aren't you? I am merely saying you were incapable in your investigation. Before you insult Sebastian, I have actually already insulted Sebastian, so it's already happened, but, you know, continue with your ridiculousness. I still have some doubts about your own statement. What kind of doubts? For all we know, Mr. Artist could have simply entered the Autumn Palace at an earlier time. That's... Moreover, do you have evidence that the red paint is unrelated to the case? Do you have evidence that he came into the room earlier? I see it's fine for some of us to purely speculate, and not others, though. The most important thing now is not the red paint. The red normalium and the white fatalium. Exactly how were these two substances mixed? I believe that is our main concern. Naturally. It was Sebastian's job to investigate that. Were it not for your interference, we would have found that out by now. I never intended to interfere. On the contrary, I'd like to cooperate. Don't tell me you're going to say you know the cause of the poison gas. How the poison gas started, I have something that may shed some light on this matter. Sebastian, do not fall for his bluff. God, how can you look at that face and not think she's smoking hot? Come now, it's fine, really. Let's hear what he's come up with. Kill the guy for gadolinium. Oh, God. If you say so, Sebastian. Come on, show us. How'd the poison gas start? Can you see this piece of evidence? It has traces of the poison gas's origin. I find it poisonous. That's really good. He actually backed off. I honestly did not look at anything else. I was like, oh yeah, they said this might have something to do with it. Alright. Let's actually... Okay, but they don't actually have two bottles. Oh, fuck! No! I didn't mean to do that. I meant to look at check. Well, it's not right anyways. I'm honestly not sure. How did it start? Surely you're not saying that this was the cause of poison gas? It seems even you've noticed it. Duh, it really stands out. Those red tears that Larry saw were undoubtedly normalium. Huh? Wait a second. If those were chemicals, does that mean a ghost set off the poison gas? I don't have time to play along with him. The red tears of normalium could not have triggered the poison gas by itself. That red liquid was mixed inside the case to create that poison gas. What? Just where do you see evidence that the chemicals are mixed? That can also be seen in the sketch. There's evidence. Red and pink red and white make pink. A pink liquid can be seen flowing out from under the case of the Pisces sculpture. This is proof that the two chemicals were mixed. Hold on a second, I still don't get it. How does this show that normalium and phytalium were mixed? Since we have a self-proclaimed artist here, I'll let him explain. Larry, you fancy yourself an artist, so you should know about mixing paint, right? What do you add to red to make pink? Don't take me for a fool, Edgy. I'll have you know that I graduated from middle school. You add white to red to make pink. It's common knowledge. Well, technically there's rose pink, and baby pink, and several others. That's enough. Now, do you understand, Mr. DeBest? Ah, that's how it is. Larry educating DeBest. This is something. Hey, Tara. By mixing red normalium with white phytalium, you get a pink liquid. Yes, exactly. Took him long enough. I see. It looks like Mr. DeBest finally gets it. I guess not. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you have merely presented one possibility. Oh my god. Do we really know if the color was the result of the two chemicals mixed together? It's true, we don't know that for sure. But your whole, you've only proposed one possibility thing is such bullshit because that's how you base everything that you do. Oh, but this is the possibility that I like the most, so we're gonna go with it and arrest this man. Furthermore, this sketch was drawn by the suspect. I cannot put much faith into it. I just painted what I saw. How could that be a lie? Mr. Artist, I do not permit you to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were in a situation where I needed permission to fucking talk. It's so cold, but that's part of her charm. Of course, I intend to bring the truth to light immediately. It would not be wise to jeopardize your position even further. Aren't you going to answer my question from before? How do you know that Mr. Artist did not enter the Autumn Palace? How can you prove that he was here earlier? How can you prove that he was not here earlier? How can you prove that he was here earlier? See how that works? Hey, can we find out if we talk to the victim, pal?
The victim, Dante Gustavia, remains unconscious and in critical condition.
Ah, that's right. Oh, it wouldn't be a fucking problem if we didn't have this dumbass 3-day court, let's get everything pushed through as fast as possible system.
Well then, Sebastian will be investigating the crime scene now. All of you, please vacate the premises.
In terms of what? Whether you can talk or not? I mean, whether or not they're involved in the investigation has nothing to do with whether or not what Larry can say. I'm not sure if that's what you mean, though.
If you were to take a stand in court, you'd cause a lot of trouble for the presiding judge. There's something you would like to say, Mr. Artist?
Hold your horses, Miss Cool Beauty.
My name is Justine Courtney. Please don't address me by such a strange title.
Oh, you finally told me your name. Pleased to meet you, Justy. I'm Larice Donham, but you can call me Larice.
Mr. Artist, please get to the point.
I just remembered something I haven't had a chance to say yet. I mean, you're right. Technically, they don't, but that would kind of defeat the purpose in this game, right? Like, we know they're not bullshitting us. So even though that is true, if the game were to do that, it would kind of defeat the purpose of what we're doing. When I first got to this room, it was locked, so I couldn't get in. But then that old dude just suddenly fell through the door.
It would appear that the palace rooms can be locked from the inside. But just because you say it was so doesn't mean the door was locked. Without proof, your statement holds no value.
Objection.
Hell yeah. Well, why not let Uncle Ray prove it to you? What?
Oh. Was your rock solid logic just cracked the fuck open? Yeah, it's smooth as fuck.
After all, we can confirm the room was locked too. Right, Miles?
Yes, I remember as well.
The Winter Palace should be...
Until the gas outbreak, no one could have entered this room.
Perhaps this suspect entered the room with the victim during the gas outbreak?
You guys can just have a conversation. Speaking of not being in court, you guys can just have a conversation back and forth. I know this is something I've criticized all the way since the first game, but God, it still grinds my gears sometimes. Especially when it happens in succession like that. As you can see, this man did not inhale any of the gas. If you examine his belongings, you'll find he wasn't carrying a gas mask either.
Is that so? Well then, I have no choice but to agree.
That was easier than I expected. Anyway, I presume this clears up any suspicion surrounding Larry. It seems Mr. DeBest's logic was off once again. Not exactly, I just didn't have enough information, that's all. Oh, you heard the information, you just interpreted it wrongly. Incorrectly. You mixed words up. Therefore, my reasoning was just before its time. He sure has a grand way of saying that things didn't work out for him.
that case, there is one more suspect who has yet to take the stand. Mr. Artist, you are free to go. But I want to talk to you a little more, Justy. Overruled. Your cold demeanor leaves me mesmerized all the more.
So the suspect is...
Pharmacist by the name of Delicious Scones. It would have been difficult for this artist to obtain the fatalium from Megatoxin X, but a pharmacist may have knowledge of how to do that. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Sebastian, it would be best if we brought her in quickly. Best if we brought her in quickly? Haha, sounds good. Leave it to me. Hey, Flatfoot, keep up the investigation.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm glad, Larry. Just go away. JB liking a character overruled!
Don't tell me, Judge Courtney suspected her from the very beginning?
So Mr. DeBest's logic wasn't any help at all.
Judge Courtney, just what is she thinking? I know what I'm thinking. She might want to hate fuck him. That doesn't actually have anything to do with the case at all, just that's where the tension's coming from. Not the best. Edgeworth.
She said it would only be a 10-minute recess, but they sure are taking an awful long time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Prosecutor DeBest presents Miss Delicious Scones. Yesy, you called, so here I am. It is I, Delicious Scones, the pharmacist who makes delicious drugs.
Yes, please. Yeah, her look didn't change at all. You guys are like, Twain, don't worry, she's just immortal. But it's been 18 years. She's immortal. God. It's been 18 years. Why isn't she aged? It is a confirmed fact. She is actually immortal.
I make delicious drugs such as the elixir of eternal life. I call it alcohol.
This is readily available, and I'm pretty sure it does the exact opposite of what you're claiming it does.
But you can call me Miss Delicious. And you can call me Mr. DeBestis. Oi, nice to meet you, Bestie.
They've gone straight to nicknames.
Huh? That boy reminds me of someone. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory's son. Ah, Yesy. Nice to meet you, Miley.
Would you please not call me Miley?
Meeting Greggy's boy. I guess it's a sign that I'm getting old.
How old is this woman?
Sebastian, isn't there something you'd like to ask Miss Pharmacist? Oh, right, yeah. Miss Delicious, could you tell us the reason why you came to the gallery? Yesy. I came to see the curator, Katie. I've been friends with her for 18 years. So I visited her quite often. Is it true, Miss Pharmacist, that you also assisted in the treatment of Mr. Gustavia? I guess you could say that, although I only made the antidote for the doctor.
Why are you still mixing things in a bowl? Are you mixing drugs now? Antidotes and shit? That's actually really fucking impressive. Wow, you made the antidote on the spot?
Yes, as long as I have the right ingredients, I can make any drug easily. The infirmary here is well equipped, you see. Instead of sending him to the hospital in critical condition, we treated him right here. I did all I could. The rest depends upon his body's ability to recover. Do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Yes, although it's been 18 years since I last saw him.
It's been 18 years! What a random fucking meme.
I already knew that he had become a world-famous pastry chef.
Is the victim that famous?
I heard on the news that he had won a competition for designing desserts.
That reminds me, I do remember him mentioning something about studying design in Changfa. That's actually kind of rude, Judge Courtney. You can just speak instead of hammering your gavel.
Now let's get down to business, Miss Pharmacist. Are you familiar with the drug Megatoxin X? Yes, it's the drug that used to kill those things. It's mega effective. Because the effects are so potent, it's not available to the general public.
What are those things you're referring to?
It's a drug for vanquishing the creatures that strike fear into the heart of a lady. The ones that often infest kitchens and the like. I think I know what she's talking about. So, Miss Pharmacist, may I ask you one more thing? Do you know what happens when you mix normalium with fatalium? Yes, I know. It's even written on the warning label for Megatoxin X, hazardous when mixed. When the two drugs are mixed together, a chemical reaction occurs and a gas is released. Inhaling a large amount of this gas can cause breathing difficulties, and even death. From the amount of poison gas Gusty breathed in, I think, there was probably at least 500 milliliters in each chemical in the gas.
As expected of a pharmacist, she is very well informed.
Normalium is an adhesive liquid that becomes hot as soon as heat is applied. Also contains a red color and a minty fragrance due to its low cost that's used everywhere. Fatalium is a white, watery liquid. That's enough for now. As expected of a pharmacist, you're very knowledgeable.
It's funny because it's the exact opposite of before when she was very unknowledgeable.
Yes, see, of course I am. Megatoxin X is one of the chemicals that the company I worked for produces. But not just anyone has access to it. It's so potent as a poison that it couldn't be sold to the public after all. Thank you. I think that's all I need to hear.
Does Judge Courtney suspect her?
That's all the circumstantial evidence I need.
What is she hiding behind that smile?
Oh, Flatfoot? Have you made progress in the investigation or something?
No, I just kind of wanted to punch you in the face. I had an overwhelming urge, but I was able to stop myself. Yeah, let me tell you. The glass cases that contain the sculptures can be opened by a mechanism in the lid.
What strange cases?
The temperature in the cases can be lowered down to 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The inside of the Pisces case was set to 27 degrees Fahrenheit, so my hand nearly got stuck to the ice.
Good thing it didn't. So then,
from the lid of the Pisces case, we detected slight traces of normalium.
Not bad. Huh? If the normalium was in the gas case at a temperature of 27 degrees Fahrenheit, then it would have been frozen to the lid. Yeah, really? So what happened?
Mr. DeBest, why don't we try borrowing the power of K's little thief? I think the circumstances will be easier to understand if we use our Mr. Thief.
So you really want to help me out that much? Fine, I'm not really sure how this all works, but you, get on with it. I hate being bossed around by this guy, but to arrive at the truth, I'll do it. I guess not. Stop acting as you please. He agreed to it!
The person allegedly in charge of this investigation. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you actually leading this investigation? Because if you're not, maybe you should shut the fuck up.
Goddess of law has no need of your power. Don't be such a stick in the mud, Courtney Pie. You have approval of the prosecutor in charge, so what's the problem? Could it be there's something the PIC doesn't want us to find out? That's none of your concern. You insist on participating in the investigation, then let me check if you're qualified by asking you a question.
What is she planning?
Who set off the poison gas? You can answer me that, I'll allow you to work with us. Well then, Miles, the person who opened the Pisces case and set off the gas. And when you think about the circumstances, there's only one person it could have been.
Yes, considering the circumstances, it's clear who it was.
So please give me your answer. Who set off the poison gas?
One who set off the gas is clearly this person.
Clearly overruled.
I actually don't know. Are they saying that it's the dude that was in here? Oh, I guess given the locked door, that would make sense. Right. Only that person. Yeah. The person that. But why would they fuck themselves? It's just so. There was no one in the Autumn Palace other than the victim, Dame Gustavia. It's hard to believe it could have been anyone but him. I still don't trust that fucking pharmacist. I think she committed the first murder.
Seems that way. Very well, I'll allow you to participate this time. However, if I feel you are a hindrance, I will ask you to leave.
Understood. But what I don't understand is why the victim opened that case.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, what shall I recreate?
Based on the information we've gathered so far, let's recreate the scene before the gas.
Got it! Wait, what the fuck's going on? Don't scare me like that! So this is the true power of Sir Thief.
Who else do we suspect?
Kate.
I really don't want it to be Kate, because I love Kate, but... I mean, probably Kate. Probably Kate, right? Let's investigate the Pisces sculpture post-haste. There's frozen normalium on the lid of the Pisces sculpture's glass case.
It's frozen so thick you can't even open the lid.
On the actual glass case, the lid was heavily cracked. It was like someone had it out for the Pisces sculpture, sir. You have any idea how it came to be cracked like this? Well, the damage didn't seem to have come from outside of the glass case, sir. I see. So the inside of the case is below freezing point, and the case had developed cracks. There are no signs of external damage. On this, we can deduce... Below freezing? Like Mr. Edgeworth's cold stare.
And cracked? Like Mr. Edgeworth's furrowed brow.
Thermal fracturing. The cold glass case was heated from the outside, causing it to crack.
But why did thermal fracturing occur here, and what caused it? We literally have that information already.
Inside the thermally fractured glass case, there was frozen normalium. Oh, that face means you've probably thought of something. Miles? Indeed I have. I know how Mr. Gustavio was able to open the glass case. What? How can you possibly know something I don't? I'd say most of the time I know something you don't. I'd say the things he does know are in the minority. Hey, aren't you gonna let me know? How did Dame Gustavio open the glass case? This gas burner that was found in the Autumn Palace shows signs of recent use. I believe this was the cause of the thermal fracturing in the Pisces sculpture's glass case. A gas burner? Why would he use something like that? Ah, I got it! The lid was frozen shut, so he had to use the burner to melt the ice. Indeed, that is correct. Ugh, I just had a late start. I'm still the best, you know. Late start? You didn't even understand a single thing, did you? Well, that's just because Mr. Edgeworth's explanation was too hard to follow. Okay, why don't you update the little thief so that he can understand it? If you say so. Right, let's restart the recreation. Wait a second, let me know when you're gonna do that thing again, 'cause ah! The victim, Dame Gustavia, was the only one to enter the Autumn Palace. If he used the gas burner then, the normalium in the gas case would have melted. And then? The melted normalium would have come into contact with the fatalium inside the case. And produced the poison gas. The moment Mr. Gustavio opened the lid, he would begin to inhale the gas. He managed to drag himself out to the fountain patio just before his strength ran out. So he inhaled the gas when he opened the lid. Seems he finally understands. Why did Mr. Gustavio open the glass case of the Pisces sculpture? The victim's goal, that I do not yet know. Perhaps he had the same reason as Uncle Ray. Maybe he actually came to see the Winter Palace, not the Autumn one. Uncle Ray also thought that this was the Winter Palace at first. Oh, you two, Ray Ray? Actually, I thought so too. It looks just like Icy's room from 18 years ago. It's even got the exact same plants in the front of the door. It seems everyone involved with the IS-7 incident made the same mistake. Is it imperative that we investigate the real Winter Palace? It is imperative that we investigate the real Winter Palace immediately. I should suggest that to Mr. DeBest. I get it now! Yeah, that's how it was! Huh? Did you think of something? The victim committed suicide! He thought he would look refined if he died in an art gallery. Have you even been listening? Well, if you're as smart as me, just hearing half of the story will be enough. Sebastian, I'll explain it from the top later. Top? That means best, right? Alright, I'll leave it to you. Yes, it would indeed be best to let Judge Courtney handle him. If you're not an adult, probably shouldn't be doing that with other chatters.
That aside, don't you have some information to inform everyone of? I totally forgot! I agree with that! Yeah, it... Wait, am I... Hold on, sorry. So, did everybody see the updated schedule? I mean, you're all here, so you know that I updated the schedule to reflect that we were streaming today. Oh, I am streaming on my birthday on Twitch, though. 15th is going to be also kind of a birthday members night. Jackbox. Party Pack 8 on the 15th. Yeah, now we're actually going to get another... Quick poll. I'm not going to create it or anything. I just want general feedback. So, I added another stream on the 24th, a Sunday. So that I could start Corpse Party on the 20th, because that's when the definitive version releases. And then I could still get 4 streams in. Now, because I'm assuming it's going to take 4 streams. Now, what I did is that for that stream on the 18th, instead of adding like another horror game, I added another one of these streams. Do you think it's best to keep that? Or should I instead add another horror game to that day? I know one of the other games I was looking at was Little Nightmares. The other possibility would be if I get Corpse Party done in 3 streams, I would still have an extra stream for something like that. Yeah, because right now we only have 4 like Halloween streams. How long is Omori? The only reason I'm considering, well, I mean, Little Nightmares looks good, but one of the big reasons I'm considering it besides that, there's a lot of games that look good, but apparently I should be able to do Little Nightmares in 1 stream, and that's kind of a big deal for like the scheduling thing. See, I'm not sure, Tom, because like by the 18th, I might be in a more like, hey, let's do some spooky stuff, and push this off to November. Get through this in November so that we can start the Grace Ace Attorney in December. But I don't know. Because I really enjoy playing this game. But am I going to get to the 18th and be like, oh man, I'm kind of in the mood for some spooktacular, you know? Well, yeah, but I'm still curious. How long of a game is it? 20 hours? Okay. So yeah, that would, okay. That's like we're talking probably about like a 6 stream playthrough. Good lord. Okay, so that's a game where you can kind of get lost in for a while, I see. We are gonna do Zero Escape, probably after the Great Ace Attorney, Tara. 999's the first game, right? In Zero Escape? No, not that feedback.
My birthday is on the 16th. I was just saying that I'm streaming on Twitch on my birthday. I'm streaming on YouTube the day before, so that'll also kind of work as a birthday stream. All right, later, Scarlet and Athena. Don't get too drunk. Yeah, so we'll be playing Zero Escape at some point. Also, Ghost Trick. I do still have Hollow Knight. That's one game I do want to play, but... Okay, so, alright. I guess that's just something to... Maybe that makes most sense, like what Tom said. We'll make it a question mark day instead of setting it in stone. Because we are still getting another stream of this on Wednesday. So it's not like this would be the last stream till November. Oh no, Hollow Knight would be a multi-stream thing for sure. Alright, thank you for indulging in my considerations here. I think we'll go with that route for now. Makes the most sensible sense. Alright, Lugia said there was 21 likes, or 25 likes, so 10, 15, 20, 25. What are you talking about? We did a little checking on that pharmacist. We, meaning me, the best prosecutor's subordinate. That's not something to brag about. Shut up, you. Quiet down and listen. Suicide is, off the table for now, yeah. That's because, in short, that pharmacist is a culprit. She set up the gas as a trap. It's a terrible shame, Miss Pharmacist. How could one in the profession of saving lives stoop to extinguishing them? What are you saying? I would never do such a thing! Mr. the Best, do you have a basis for these accusations? Of course! This is my basis. Oh god, I thought we were gonna go back and forth again. Her pharmacist license. It would permit her to handle Megatoxin X, right?
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
So, circumstantial evidence. Indeed. Indeed. And its active ingredient, fatalium, was one of the components of the poison gas. Exactly! That chemical is almost impossible for ordinary people to obtain. But, the pharmacist is another story altogether. It wasn't me! You've got all wrong! And that's not all. Oh no, that's not all. A bottle of Megatoxin X was found in the victim's pocket. And on the bottle, we found clear fingerprints. Yours. Why wouldn't you lead with that? The other stuff only really matters if that is also true. Since it's not like you're building something, it's like you make the main point and then you support it with additional factors. That's how you should do it. Not the additional factors first and then the main thing. See, Tom knows. Tom's almost certainly going to make a better lawyer than I am. Because I was, well, I should say, like, relatively speaking to, like, our experience level. Because you know and understand far more than I did before I got into law school. So you'll probably be much more, or your proficiency level is going to be much higher upon graduation. Oh, you think I want him to be my little bro? That I always get to make fun of and give noogies to? Hey, the best. Don't you mean the worst? It's okay. You're my bro. For some people, that could be a benefit, though. I will say that, especially in your position, because one of the most difficult things for people going to law school is you have to really reprogram your mind to think a very specific way. And for some people later in life, that's hard to do, but you already have that foundation, so that won't be as difficult of a translation for you. What does her fingerprints on it prove? It proves that she handled it. That's a big deal. Because if there were no fingerprints on it, there'd be nothing to actually link her to the bottle other than, oh, she could maybe have gotten it because she had access to it through her, pharmaceutical company. But this proves that, oh yeah, she actually handled it. No, I thought they said that it was in his pocket, but it had her fingerprints, right? Victim's, yeah. So it was in the victim's pocket, but had her fingerprints on it. Well, because think about it. If it were in her if it was in her pocket, she wouldn't be reacting like this because she'd already kind of know she'd be fucked, right? That'd be even bigger, like, ha! And the curator took the victim to the infirmary, right? That would have given you the perfect opportunity to plant the bottle on him. That's... shit. You are the only pharmacist on the premises who could have handled Megatoxin X. Well, anybody could have handled it. She was just the one that could have, that had the easiest route to obtain it, is the more accurate way of putting it. Furthermore, as the curator of this art gallery, you are an acquaintance of hers. You've had access to the gallery at any time in order to prepare the poison gas trap. Okay, see, now that's sus. Now you're bringing that up? It was stolen! Yeah! Allergy and heart pill medication. I've noticed my stress has gotten worse recently because my blood pressure headaches have started to come back, meaning that my blood pressure is starting to raise again. I first started taking that medication towards the end of the Justice for All playthrough, because that's when I started having the issues. But I haven't really had problems since I started taking it, so a doctor said we can start cutting down the dosage in half. But I guess a spike in stress has made it so that half isn't super effective right now. I actually don't have a headache right now, but this is more to show you where I get that blood pressure headache. It's not like headaches here, it's like kind of all around the top of your head. Very different type of headache than what I'm used to. Please wait! That Megatoxin X, it was stolen!
Trying to lie your way out of this won't go well with me.
It's true! Look! I've got the proof right here in my bag! Me bag!
What is she searching for?
Not this. Not this either.
I remember seeing cloth like that recently.
Ah, here! Please take a look at this!
It's some sort of paper.
What's it say?
April 1st, theft report accepted. Stolen item, Megatoxin X. This is a theft report acceptance certificate.
What? Yes, truth is, 1 week ago, me Megatoxin X was stolen.
One week ago? That means you didn't have it with you today?
Yes, that bottle you just found is probably the one that was stolen from me. I normally carry that bottle of Megatoxin in my bag at all times. Even though I often forget to keep it locked up, I would never even think about mixing it with Normalium.
But why in the world would you carry such a dangerous substance on your person?
Well, you never know when those things will happen. Those creatures that infest the kitchen, striking fear in the heart of a lady, right? Although if you had a rolled up newspaper, you could just squash them with one blow. Justine, what do we do now?
Well then, can we really accept this theft report? Let's ask for confirmation. That should clearly tell us whether or not she's lying.
Right, well then I'll just call and confirm it. Looks like Miss Delicious isn't the culprit.
Indeed, she really did set up the poison gas as a trap. I don't believe she would do it in the way that incriminates her the most. So Miles, who do you think is the culprit? Predicting the actions of the victim would require a fair amount of advanced planning. And there's only one person here capable of that. Huh? Uncle Ray would like to know too. Who do you suspect? The one who stole the Megatoxin X and prepared the room in advance was... It had to be the curator of the Zodiac Art Gallery, Miss Catherine Hall.
Why won't they say cockroaches? Is there like a reason behind that?
It was you, Ray!
What? I had a feeling they'd just be like, it's this person, and he'd be like, oh, are you sure? And he'd be like, no, I'm not sure. But why doesn't Kate just say it? Kate could say it without issue. Well, maybe she can't say it either. I thought Delicia meant immortal human. Well, which one of you was drinking? It's probably why she fell asleep. I guess you're probably right. I guess I thought it was just more of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing as opposed to lol.
However, I still don't have any evidence that she is the criminal yet. I see, she is... The way he said that just now sounded like he had been expecting it. Good job, Miles, as expected from Uncle Ray's future apprentice. I have no intention of becoming your apprentice. Oh, Scarlett's not old enough to drink. Gotcha. Good, she shouldn't drink until she is of age to drink.
And I will now announce the results of my verification. I can confirm that her theft report was indeed accepted. Therefore, it's a little too early to come to a decision.
That means your logic was completely faulty.
You're wrong. My real performance is still to come. I'll give it to him this time. Based on what he knew, that's some pretty strong evidence. But you don't just accuse somebody. You talk to them about it first, question them, and then once you had questioned them and had seen the additional information, then you wouldn't have made an ass of yourself by making the accusation. Really? And how do you plan to proceed with your investigation? Yeah, right? They use fan service, but cockroaches, boy. Woo! Woo, that can't show that. Oh, there is an anime that had a bit. What bug was it? What the fuck? Was that Ranma? It was an older anime, but I remember it's a pretty funny episode with bugs. They could not deal. And I'm like, yep. Yep. He's painting, or he was painting at least. First, we need to speak with the curator. And after that, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Sebastian, Mr. Gustavia may have had business in the Winter Palace. I believe we should send an investigator over there as well.
Oh, that's good too. Detective Gumshoe, investigate the Winter Palace at once. Got it, sir. Justine, let's go talk to the curator.
Yes, let us proceed.
We should go and listen to what Miss Hall has to say as well. I do kind of like how we're more working in tandem with them this time. A nice change of dynamic. Like, it's adversarial, but you're both still, like, you're not going directly against each other. It's just that he's saying something stupid, and you're like, that's stupid. What do cockroaches do that's good? I honestly don't know the answer to that question. That's how I feel about spiders, even though I know what spiders do to help. Twilight of the Cockroaches. The 1987 anime live-action film. What? Written and directed by... Combines live-action... Oh my god, I think I want to watch this. What the hell? Oh, her hair is like a cockroach. This is Cockroach Girls, though. So they have, like, their hair is, like, rounded and long, and then they have protag antennas that look like cockroach antennas. They're actually kind of adorable. Somebody's gonna be like, oh my god, that's one of the worst fucking animes ever. I'm like, well, fuck me, I didn't know. It's gonna bother me so much that I can't remember. It's really gonna bother me that I can't remember what anime that was. It's just weird because it wasn't censored in that one, so I never thought about that before. The roach is okay, it's the cock that needs to be pixelated. Well done, Reddit! Yeah, I can't find it. I guess I'll have to go through every single episode of anime I own to try to find it out. He means your opinions are extreme. No, it's actually kind of cute. Well, look up Cockroach Girls anime. I swear you won't see anything gross in the images. All through flowers seeking food, they also transport pollen and thus help with plant reproduction. Cockroaches eat what other organisms leave laying, breaking it down and increasing the amount of nitrogen in the soil. Without their nitrogen, which excrement the forest would suffer. Well, okay, fantastic. They had their use. Stay in the goddamn forest, because if you're in my house, you're not doing anything good for the ecosystem. Right. Yeah, exactly. Them being in the house is just ugh. Yes. He's just like, yep. Yep. All right, I want you guys to listen to what the curator has to say. Mr. DeBest, weren't you going to go and talk to her yourself? Nah, that's a job for my subordinates. All I have to do is wait for their report. I'm the best prosecutor, after all. Such arrogance. I know that he's a reformed man, but I don't think that's something that Miles Edgeworth should be able to say to anyone for the rest of his life. Again, even though I know he's reformed, because of how bad it was before, instead he should just be like, I remember when I was a young attorney. Well, this is anticlimactic. I'm gonna chill for a bit. Huh? What's that in the fountain? Ah! How did they not notice that? Kay shouldn't have even had to have, like, start walking to have noticed that to her right. A body has been discovered.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Congratulations!
She has peripheral vision like guards in most games. Fucking Metal Gear guards are like, you're like right around the corner. They're like peeking your head right around the corner, and they're right here, and they're like, huh? What was that noise? Huh?
What? There's a dead body in the fountain! What is the meaning of this? Silence, everyone! Forensics, identify this body at once! Even she's got to freak out a little bit, right? It's terrible, pal! Please be quiet, detective. The ice sculptures in the Winter Palace. They've all melted, pal. Gumshoe, we have an actual emergency here. If you'd care to pay attention to what's going on, read the room, maybe. What? 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 It is. It is. I'm still think the discovery of a dead body is more to panic about. What's going on here? There are 2 victims now. This is all just like In fact, you know what?
Yep, Danganronpa's third case. There you go.
Okay, we have that now.
This is all just like 18 years ago. Once again, the ice sculptures have melted.
Again?
And everyone related to the incident 18 years ago is gathered here now. This is no mere coincidence, don't you think so, Miles?
Yes. The key to finding the truth of this case lies in the IS-7 incident. This is one I believe.
That's right, Uncle Ray thinks so too. Looks like it's time once again for Uncle Ray to tell you about the IS-7 incident.
Wow, we've gotten to to be continued. Two to be continueds tonight. Wow, look at this fucking progress. And that's after spending the first 30 minutes answering random questions and going on that rampage. I actually would stop here because that seems like a good stopping point, but it's not even, we haven't even gotten the 4 hours yet.
Oh, I answered your question. I said it's a trick question because Wyoming doesn't exist, thus it cannot have a capital.
You're welcome.
No, see. Tom is one of the many people who have been bamboozled by our education system that make you to believe that Cayenne is it Cayenne or they call it, or do they pronounce it Cheyenne? I guess it doesn't matter because it doesn't exist. But yes. How is that fake city pronounced, Tom? Cheyenne, okay. Because I know when somebody, I called it Cheyenne pepper once and somebody looked at me like I was stupid and I'm like, where did you learn that word? I learned it from the capital of Wyoming, so I assumed it was the same. Oh, there's no H in cayenne pepper. Interesting. I guess I just couldn't read. Well, fuck me.
The IS-7 incident 18 years ago. Gregory Edgeworth's last case.
Well, I told you, our education system pretends like it exists, but I saw through the truth. I did my own research. Tom!
Isaac Dover was murdered at the venue of the dessert contest, and his body was discovered in the chocolate treasure chest made by Jeff Master. The victim died from blood loss after being struck in the head with a rock salt lamp.
Tom is a hoser, eh?
No need to listen to that guy. That guy's just a goober. Us Midwesterners have a bit of a kindred relationship with Canadians in that those with the extreme accents, it kind of sounds... It sounds similar to... Exaggerated Midwestern sounds very similar to exaggerated Canadian. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Let's not continue with that story. Oh! Why? No, Sarah, you're underage. Don't talk about hentai. I don't know. In fact, nobody should be talking about that thing. What? Who in their head was like, haha, this is a great idea? Don't wonder what's happening. Just don't. Something disgusting was just recalled. That is...
The murder weapon was found hidden inside Delicia's candy castle. Except it wasn't a candy castle. It was a fake candy castle. Because it wasn't really candy. It was plastic castle. Like you could buy in a children's toy store. The victim's room. All of Dover's sherbet sculptures had melted.
Oh, should have just let you guys do it. I was just trying to get it going. I was just trying to get the rhythm going, but you guys are already on top of it. I'm proud. I don't know, what do you guys think? I have it on a cooldown of 1 minute. Do you think it needs a cooldown? Or maybe just users should have a cooldown? Because if users want to spam it, they can. Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's just have a user cooldown. And not a global cooldown. Let's do it that way.
The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room have melted. Due to that, Prosecutor Von Karma immediately drove us away from the scene.
How are we going to investigate now? And what's with that defense attorney's out? Von Karma's methods are deplorable.
Well, investigating the crime scene is supposed to be the police's job, after all.
Police's job. Von Karma's not the police. I know. It's different. It's just interesting that the game says that, because that's how I understand things.
But you gotta admit, Von Karma's methods are way out of line. Defense attorneys and the police should work together to discover the truth.
Raymond, you must realize that not everyone shares the same views as us. Should one expose the truth for the sake of justice, or simply accept things as they appear? Everyone has their own view on what is right and what is wrong. Even if that means convicting an innocent man? Both ourselves and the police are only human. And as humans, we all make mistakes. I mean, not me, because there's a big, and I've mentioned that this is a big thing for me personally, because it's an insecurity of mine. I have not actually met a ton of attorneys that have a jawline that can cut through watermelon. Hair is very similar, though. Yeah. I provide the illusion of having a good jawline because of my beard. Without my beard, my jawline looks a lot weaker, and it's a very significant insecurity of mine. Not one I ever talk about, but like I always think about it like It is for this reason that we defense attorneys exist, so that those who are alone and helpless can have an ally on their side. An ally on their side. If we cannot investigate, shouldn't we just find some other way to help? I'm gonna share a quick story real quick, law related. There was, I think, somebody that was executed very recently in the United States. It doesn't actually happen very often, because less and less is capital punishment considered acceptable. And the guy wrote essentially his farewell letter after his last appeal was denied. And what really struck me about it was that, you know, he talks about how he loves his family and friends, and, you know, how remorseful he was for everything that happened, and, you know, etc. But the thing that struck me, because you don't see this a ton, and I wonder if it's more prevalent of a thought than it is made out to be, was that he thanked his attorney in the letter in a very sincere way. It's like, he's talked about how his attorney never gave up on him and felt like he took him in as like they were family. Like, that's how he saw the attorney by the end of the case. Even though the attorney obviously didn't win, what was most important was that the defendant believed that the attorney cared about his cause and wanted to prove him innocent. We get the idea, I think, mostly that what people care about the most is the result. And that is true. A lot of people, if you don't get them the results you want, whatever facade that they had beforehand suddenly goes out the window and they'll get pissed at you. But I think one thing I do really like about these games when it contrasts the whole good versus bad situation, in that it really exaggerates a prosecutor's role in being bad, in that they're only after what they think, they're only after their guilty verdict, right? And the whole, they need an ally. That is what we are for. Somebody who believes in them. Really kind of, that's not as corny and overstated as you might think. That is, I think, more prevalent than we are led to believe. That people just want someone that they know believes in them and tries their hardest to fight for their case. It really did strike me. I read it like a few times just because I was kind of like, man, that's something. That you don't hear about that very often. You always hear about it, how attorneys get into it with people. Hey, Volpe. Yeah. It's a nice story because you don't, like Tom said, well, at the very least, you don't hear about client-attorney relationships getting that, to that level because people don't talk about that. They only talk about when relationships go bad because that's the negative. That's what people like to hear, I think you're right, Tom, but I interpreted what Maxim says. When he said lost, he doesn't mean generally. I took that as specifically like, if you know you're gonna die, you've lost and you know you're gonna die, you might have a different perspective on it. Because at that point, it's better to just come to terms with it and appreciate what you had before you go. I don't know, you can correct me if you're wrong, if I'm wrong, Maxim, but that's how I interpreted what you were saying. But yeah, even so, that still happens. But yeah, I mean, if I were gonna die, I'd much rather go out appreciating what I had than being bitter at what I lost. Right. So he lost and he knew he was gonna die. So that kind of changes a person's perspective. Oh, for sure, Tom. I've only had pleasant experiences at the DMV. That's why when people talk shit about it, I'm like, okay, I can see why that would happen because it can get busy. But part of the problem is a lot of these people just don't listen to directions. I know there are some things that can be overly complicated, but sometimes people just don't pay attention and then they blame the DMV. Hey, Azalea crew. Sorry, Amadeus. It won't. Oh, wait, it didn't work. Wait, what was the. There we go. I don't think Azalea's... Is Azalea here yet? Thank you to Azalea22 for the raid. There's her YouTube channel. Make sure to go check her out. She streams on YouTube and Twitch. I think the Twitch handle is Azalea22Gamer. And then on YouTube, it's Azalea22. She does a bunch of multiplayer stuff, Mario Maker, cool stuff like that. Make sure to go check her out. She's really chill. Fun to hang out in her streams. Hello to Rosy. How you doing, Rosy? Icy, Ancient One. How you doing, Ancient One? Kane, G Boogie. Lightning, Grande Gamer, Green Soda. You had beef? Why'd you have beef? Oh, Amadeus. Greatly enjoys being timed out right before bed. It's a little game we play. She says something that annoys me, I time her out. She comes back the next day, and we go through it all again. Hey Azalea, how's it going? What were you playing this evening? Again, thanks to Azalea. Make sure to go to that link that I posted. Go throw her a sub. Oh, spooky Mario Maker 2. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever seen a themed Mario Maker 2 stream like that before. That's awesome. All Ghost House stuff.
Oh, not too bad. For those that it might be your first time here, my name's Twain. I am one of 4 people on this stream. On the stream. God, it's late. Sorry. One of 4 people on this channel. I'm the main streamer here. My friend KY also streams, and then we have Tone and Carmello that are involved in our Let's Plays that we do. We are playing a spin-off of the Ace Attorney games called Ace Attorney Investigations 2. For those that don't know Ace Attorney games, there's a lot of court involved. It's fictionalized attorney play. It's fun. But the investigation games don't have any of the court part. It's mostly just the investigations and a little less of a visual novel, just because you can actually move around. It's still in the visual novel, as you can see, the visual novel type vibe, but you can actually control your character and move around. In the original Ace Attorney games, you can't do that. That's basically like strict visual novels, just with a lot more interaction. But yeah, I'm an attorney licensed in the state of Wisconsin, so I was told that I should play these games, and I started playing them in December of 2019. So that's we're chugging through all of them. And so this is game 6 that we've played. Yeah, 6. Yeah, thank you everybody for checking us out. All right, yeah, no problem, Sarah. Take it easy. And Azalea, have a good night. Thank you for bringing the raid. Much appreciated.
Time to tip the scale.
Hey, thank you to Grande Gamer for the sub. Much appreciated. Currently, we are in a flashback scene. Actually, this case is going in and out of this 18-year gap, so it's pretty interesting. That's not something that these cases generally do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I still have much to learn.
You're still young, so you'll have many opportunities to learn.
Right, I'll do my best. Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Shields, would you like to take a brief respite?
See, I think she's a lot cuter with the Sonic hair.
I know it's not much, but please eat these. Wow, thank you.
Evidence? Those things are gonna be gone in like 5 seconds. Let's eat. I appreciate getting some sugar into my system, but these are a little too sweet. And it's a little misshapen too.
I'm terribly sorry. Does it not suit your tastes?
Not at all. It's deliciously sweet.
Thank you very much. But making sweets isn't really my forte.
Huh? You made this chocolate too?
Huh? You made this chocolate cake? Yes, chocolate is your master's favorite food. Preparing his favorite food is also part of my job. I'm still not that good at it, so I need him to instruct me.
I envy Master Jeff.
He gets to eat Kate's handmade sweets whenever he wants. Did you say something?
No, it's nothing. This is so sweet in more ways than one. I just love the straight face he has when he has. Fun fact about me. When I was interning for court counsel for a county, the attorney that I was working for, especially during days where we'd have either long dispositional hearings set or fact-finding trial set, she would, like, every break that we would have, she'd go up, grab something from the candy bowl, give it to me. She'd say, make sure you get your glucose, sucrose. What is it? It helps keep your mind stimulated. This is why I'm an attorney and not a scientist, because I was never good at that stuff. Glucose. Yeah, she's like, this helps your glucose level. She was very much like, that was her little thing, is that every break she got a piece of candy to help keep her mind going.
I have never played Friday Night Funkin'. I heard it's fun though. All right, later, Grande Gamer. Thank you. Nice to meet you as well. Thank you for the sub. Take it easy. This is Edgeworth's dad, Volpe. Well, yeah, it seems like it's not necessarily his thing, but it's okay. Like, he accepts its existence. For Edgeworth, it's just annoying. For Gregor, it's like, well, it's not my thing, but that's okay. They enjoy it. It's like, that's mature dad attitude, right? Oh God, Maxim. Miss Hall, you seem very dedicated to your work.
Without my work, I wouldn't even have the right to be here.
What do you mean?
When I was a child, I was abandoned. Monsieur Master took me in.
Again, my accent with her is going all over the place.
On snowy Christmas Eve, I was left on the doorstep of his mansion. I owe Monsieur Master my life. He became like a father to me. And so, to repay his kindness, I want to continue working for him. Kate, you're incredible.
I've lived a long life, yet that brought tears even to my eyes. That's funny! Hope you can't see them, though. Fedoras are functional. I want you all to understand that. They're very functional. They're not just for style. They are also used to cover one's tears.
Today, Christmas Eve has finally arrived once more. But it looks like I won't be able to give him the present I prepared. I would do anything if it meant saving Monsieur Master. If there's any way I can be of service to you, please ask.
Man! I still think she's the murderer. It's gonna make me so sad. I love her design and her character. Yes, I appreciate that. Well then, you happen to know anything about the victim, Isaac Dover?
I don't really know about Monsieur Dover, but I have a photo of the desserts he made for the contest finals.
This is certainly a splendid piece of work.
Yes, with this exquisite beauty, it's truly a work of art. It's crafted so intricately that you can almost forget it's made out of sherbet. It seems Monsieur Master was also fond of Monsieur Dover's work as well. Wow, these are the Taurus and Gemini constellations.
Do you know a lot about constellations, Raymond?
Of course. There's so much romance in the constellations. For example, take the club, lyre, and arrow held by Gemini here. These come from... Huh? There are no strings on this lyre. Did Mr. Dover make a mistake in his sculpting? It's hard to think he would make a mistake like that. Huh? I thought you said you don't know that much about him. I just sort of felt that way somehow. It appears she is
hiding something from us. Miss Hall, did you take this photograph yourself?
Yes, I took it with this instant camera. It develops pictures instantly. It's one of my greatest treasures.
Oh, God. Whew. Which, like, is unfortunate because I think the flavor of sherbet can be good, but, like, my favorite ice cream is basically... It's basically the exact opposite. Like, if sherbet's like the rock hard ice cream, then custard's like the super creamy, like milky stuff.
Because it's made with butter or whatever.
It's so bad for you, but it's so good.
It's the best. It is the best.
Oh, I want some custard.
Yeah, basically custards. Like, we're sure it's less dairy. Custards, all dairy. Well, yeah, exactly. We don't eat dairy. What the hell are we? What is this all for?
Wow, I would love to see it in action.
Oh, I love her hair.
Well then, why don't we take a picture right now? Yay, let's have our picture taken, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sure, I don't mind. I'm confident in my hairstyle today. I love his pose. Yeah, my hair is looking damn good today.
All right, I'm taking the picture. Say cheese.
Yeah, McDonald's ice cream's good. Dairy Queen's is very good.
Here, it's developed. A present from me to you, Monsieur Shields. Wow, thank you so much. That's such a great camera. It's the only camera in this mansion. Unfortunately, its convenience comes at a cost. There are no negatives.
No negatives, huh? Is this the same camera Mr. Master used during the contest?
Yes, you are well informed. While he made his desserts, Monsieur Master photographed his work. After that, he took photos of all the other competitors' works.
Was he taking photos at the time the body was found? The body was discovered during the judging, was it not?
Monsieur Master intended to take photos of everyone's rooms, but after he photographed Gustavi's room, he ran out of film.
How are you not prepared for that?
Monsieur Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seems the film he prepared in advance wasn't enough. There wasn't enough...
There wasn't enough film?
It seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining. Oh, he told me himself it might have just been a mistake, though.
I see. Interesting. It's art. Boogie, art. She's an artist. Actually, she's a singer, so a little different. Kind of a food artist. Was it really just a mistake?
I retrieved more film from the main building and went back to the fountain patio. And it was then that I heard the sound of something breaking in Monsieur Master's room. Monsieur. No, something broke. Monsieur Master, are you in here? Eek! A songist. And that's when I found Monsieur Dova's body in Monsieur Master's room. Why are you looking at your profile? It was so terrible. I was really shaken up. Before I spoke to anyone else, I called the police. This camera, I've kept it with me ever since.
I see. It's all right with you. Would you mind lending me your camera in that photo?
Sure, I don't mind at all. Here you go.
Thank you very much.
No! Stop dropping the frames! It's because I'm going to Firefox. Alright, we're gonna call it for the night on that. Sexy note. We haven't rated in a while. Is he still streaming? Let's see. Yeah. Let's go check out Kratos, see what he's doing. Well, I know what he's doing. He's playing Persona 4 Golden. And for our mobile users, this is the channel. Got some good progress done today. We'll be back with more of this on Wednesday. Thank you, Tom, for sharing the Discord. Make sure to join that if you want to hang out and talk with us post-stream, in between streams and all that. Let's go raid, say hi to Kratos. I'll be back with more of this Wednesday. Tomorrow, we finish Danganronpa V3. Get ready for that. I surely am. Thank you to Azalea for the raid. Much appreciated. And again, make sure to go check out her channel as well. All right, everyone. Oh, yes. Also, thank you to, who was it? Tom, Infernal, and Jake for re-upping their membership, and Infernal for the $7 in donos. Much appreciated. Awesome. Very much appreciated, everyone, for the support. I'll see you guys tomorrow or Wednesday. Until then, stream is adjourned.
Wait,
I love how until like literally 60 seconds ago was like, what the fuck are we playing here? Now it's like, oh my god, what type of gourmet dish do I want to make next?
I don't know, man. It's gonna be delicious.
Rock Whoops!
Yes!
We'll annihilate Ganon together.
Damn.
Farewell.
We'll annihilate it. That was some aggressive,
Watch Ganon get annihilated.
By facts and logic.
I mean, I don't know who this Ganon guy thinks he is. Coming in here, I mean, this is America.
He's all about big government.
Yeah, exactly.
Totalitarian dictatorships. And clearly Ganon is on the left.
Let's hurry on.
Yes.
Okay. So, we got all that action out of the way.
I thought there were gonna be some quick time events.
Well, you did get to ask her a question.
Several.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to choose one of the questions, right?
And press X several
Control
times
The
Alt.
olive tree.
to continue the conversation.
Ooh, can we get some olives?
They're in bloom up ahead too.
Oh.
What? They're olives?
Yeah. Apparently.
Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah.
Woo!
During this season, all the trees are in full bloom.
We'll end it here. We'll end it here.
I also was like, what?
Fragrant olives.
Yes,
Oh my god.
We call these trees please.
We're not missing
And there
anything
are
here.
so many
The next episode of Students of Gaming, we will continue down this forest
Quite
path.
pedantic.
Really?
Until next time, class dismissed.